Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it's the youth session, and we want to just be warmed up, set for the moment. You know, I just checked on the internet. Just checked. Sugarcane is not just the product, but sugarcane is also a song that people dance to. So we're gonna dance. So are we ready with the dance? Just the intro, and then we'll change it. Okay, just play it. So this is a couple. They have sugar cane, and I was like, interesting song. Okay, play it.
The Sugar Industry Innovation Symposium and Expo is an annual event that gathers young leaders, industry experts, policymakers, and stakeholders to explore the vast opportunities within the Kenya sugar value chain. This year, we are hosting what we call Youth Edition, with the core theme of youth opportunities in the sugar value chain. We're inviting the youth to submit papers for innovation competition. We're also welcoming exhibitors and partners to join us. This year's event, the third of its kind, will be held on December 3rd to December 5th at the Grand Royal Swiss Hotel in Kisumu. We truly value the contribution of young innovators. We have cash rewards for the top 3 innovations, opportunities for business incubation, and the chance to connect with professionals who can help bring these innovations to the market. The first prize is 350,000, the second prize is 200,000, and the third prize is 100,000 Kenya shillings. We have a dedicated website, sugarinnovation.org.
But also a powerful brand. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready to dance. Energy, energy, energy. In sugar there is a lot of energy. So we want to connect. Thank you so much. So let's just have our program on the screen. It's been a journey. The sugar industry, our sugar, our story. Look at that. And we're asking all these young people in artificial intelligence, AI, how can they fit into this? If they're going to just enter into this as it is, it's going to be difficult. So we have to find a way of engaging them. And we're so grateful we have the youth here with innovations. They're saying we cannot have business as usual in the sugar industry. We've got to do things differently. We've got to do things differently. And they're ready to guide us through that. Jason from J-Quarters here. Thank you so much. Constance. Thank you so much. Precious. Thank you so much. We have amazing presentations. Scientist Mayanja is there. Alice Conson is here as well. We want to celebrate every one of you for being here. So we want to make this particular symposium productive, engaging, interactive, and more so to have that intergenerational reformation. So it's 19 minutes past the hour. We should be kicking off once our chief guest walks in. But in the meantime, let's go back to the expectations. If you're just joining us, Menti SymposiumNews.com is the platform. What are your expectations? Learn about the innovations in sugar industry and space for youths as a driving force. Maybe we can have one by one, yes, one by one. Maybe from the top, we've read those ones. So this is just to say your thoughts, your ideas are valid. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest is about to come in. So once they come in, this is the new Kenya Sugar Board. I've kindly requested we be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen. Makofi tafadhali. Let's be upstanding as we celebrate. Wow, the chairman and the CEO, Kenya Sugar Board. Karibu sana. We celebrate your leadership. Well done. Well done. New era, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we're saying we're starting with the youth at the forefront. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, 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 welcome. I'd kindly request that we remain upstanding for the Kenya National Anthem and the East African Community Anthem. Let's remain standing, please. African Community Anthem. Get 5 people and give them a big high five and welcome them to the sugar industry. Come on, 5 people, energy, energy. Come on, where was that 5 people? Give them a big high five, big high five. Welcome to the sugar industry innovation symposium. Good to see you. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Well done, well done, well done. Oh wow, 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 wow. So much. You may kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. In the meantime, as we get our opening remarks, if we can have that mentee showing how many people have attended the symposium. With your permission, Honour Chairman and CEO, Kenya Sugar Board, how many times have you attended the Sugar Symposium? We have 67% of delegates who are saying this is the first time. So they're really looking forward to learn, to network, and to grow. Let's now have that opening. So now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome us officially He is an accomplished advocate of the High Court of Kenya with a wealth of legal expertise and leadership honed over 17 years in law and 12 years in senior management roles across statutory agencies. A visionary in the sugar industry, he played a pivotal role in drafting the national sugar policy and served as a co-opted member of the Presidential Task Force on the sugar industry. He has been instrumental in championing Kenya's sugar sector, successfully negotiating critical safeguards at the COMESA Council. Please welcome the CEO of the Kenya Sugar Board, Mr. Jude Chesire.
All right, the chairman of the board of Kenya Sugar Board, Honorable Engineer Nicholas Gumbo, our board member from AFA, Honorable Sami Omo, my colleague from Tanzania, the DG for Sugar Board of Tanzania, colleagues, friends, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning again. Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe tena. Muko salama? Munafurahi? Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm really honored today to host you here in our annual Sugar Symposium. This is an event that we started 3 years ago to give a platform and an opportunity for innovation on various products, various innovations in this industry. And it is the first of its kind in our region. And we are happy that the response from our stakeholders has been very good. We are also happy because this year is very different. We are grateful that previously sugar was regulated under Agriculture and Food Authority as a directorate, but our stakeholders felt it right through the farmers, the millers, and all the players that the sugar industry plays a very critical role in our country, and it is present in about 14 counties, touching about 8 million lives. So they thought it right to support a legislation that would enable this industry be regulated alone. And through that, today I'm standing here as your new CEO for Kenya Sugar Board. We are happy that the president has really supported this industry. The government since January has put in about 3 billion shillings to pay farmer arrears, employee arrears, and support various activities of this industry. And to top it up with this new legislation, I'm sure that as we progress, this industry is going to grow to be the best in this continent. Secondly, I'm also happy today before you to stand as the new vice chairman of the International Sugar Organization that is based in London, Canary Wharf, having been elected by 85 countries and being the first one in Africa. Allow me to convey greetings from the world stakeholders in the sugar industry, all the way from South America to Europe, through the European Union, India, and all those countries that grow sugar beet and sugar cane. So munapokea hizo salamu? Yeah, so I'm happy that we are progressing very well. That recognition in itself shows that there's a lot of interest in our industry, particularly Kenya,
and also our region. I'm also happy that we also have our neighbors. We are also hoping Uganda would have been here. Mr. Jimmy Kabeo, I know I left him in London, but he told me he will send representation. So we're hoping also we'll have Uganda here. As a region, we've decided that we strive and work our best to make sure that we have grown this industry to a point where we are able to export from our region to the neighboring countries that don't produce sugar. And I'm sure, Professor, when you were in Uganda, Ginger, we had a conversation around that. And I know that through the efforts that we are putting in place, we should be able to sort out our neighboring countries, especially in Central Africa and other parts of the continent. So today I will not say much because this opportunity is for our stakeholders to showcase the various innovations, and our theme will be mostly on the youth. So before I say anything, I finish my part. I would want to first invite our directors, Honorable Samuel Ongo, to say something, and then we'll invite probably the DG to say hi, and then I will finally our chief guest, the chair, will have his word. So welcome, Honorable Ongo.
Thank you, Bwana CEO. The chairman, Kenya Sugar Board, my good friend, the Honorable Engineer Nicholas Gumbo, the CEO, Kenya Sugar Board, Jude Chesire, different participants who are here today. Good morning. Good morning once again. I think mine will be very brief today. Chairman, I'm happy that the organizers of this particular symposium started doing it as a directorate in AFA. But today, they are hosting it as an independent board of Kenya Sugar Board. And I think that is very unique, and that is very important for us to note. And therefore, I want to appreciate and congratulate our newly appointed Sugar Board chairman to the sugar industry. He has been one of us, but now he's officially taking this, and this is the first public function. He's meeting also the stakeholders. Congratulations on the honorable chairman. I've been here as the director representing the sugar value chain in AFA. We have faced a lot of challenges, which I think most of the stakeholders are aware of. But we thank God, and we also thank His Excellency the President for having supported us to have sugar being regulated independently in Sugar Board. And we really thank other stakeholders who also supported us, members of parliament, the Senate, and other stakeholders, more particularly the farmers, who also supported this during public participation. We are here to exchange ideas and different innovations in the sugar industry, and that is why there are also different guests from other counties whom we are going to share many ideas with. And therefore, mine today is very, very simple, is to welcome the participants here, and also our new chairman of Kenya Sugar Board, and of course, even our new CEO. I think this is your first official public function as the CEO. Congratulations to both of you. The only thing, we must get it right for us not to disappoint His Excellency the President and the Kenya Kwanza government. And this is what we have been trying to do, and this is what we have tried in the past to make sure that we get sugar out of AFA, so that at least all the challenges we were facing at least could be sorted out easily. So mine is to request all the participants, and more particularly the stakeholders have been representing, the farmers and the millers, to support both the chairman and the CEO for the success of the industry. In the transition committee, where I also sit, we are going to support Kenya Sugar Board to make sure that everything is done in good time, so that at least we get the benefit of Kenya Sugar Board, and actually the main issue why we have been pushing for it. Otherwise, with a few remarks, thank you so much. Karibuni tena. And those who are coming up from outside Kisumu, karibu Kisumu City. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Director, for welcoming us to Kisumu Pacho, or Kisumu Dala. So let me take this opportunity to now invite my colleague, Professor Kenneth Bengezi, ndugu kutoka Tanzania. Karibu sana. Tumpigie makofi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The chairman of Sugar Board in Kenya, my brother Nicholas Gumbo, the CEO, the new CEO of Sugar Board, my brother Judy Chesire, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I feel great honored to be in this a special symposium which is dedicated to youth, and which is mainly focusing on innovations in the industry. Before I say anything, let me first congratulate Judy for being appointed the first DG or the CEO of Sugar Board, but also to be the Vice Chairman of International Sugar Organization. So the of Vice Chairman of International Organization, it gives pride to the East African region, because we believe we now have a microphone to speak out our challenges that are confronting our industry in the region. So it is our sincere hope that his appointment, it has a huge meaning in the region, because we will further our interest together and ensure that the industry make a step ahead. But looking at the theme of this symposium, I think it came timely, because engaging youth in innovation, specifically in the agricultural sector, that is biased in the sugar industry, it has a huge meaning in a sense that in the region and in the world, we are facing the challenge of aging in the agricultural sector. Few youth are engaged in agriculture. And the majority who are left in agricultural sector are the old age. So this brings a very big challenge to our future, because we all know that the demand of food and the sugar in particular is growing as time goes, but the engagement of the young population in the agriculture is declining. So coming up with a proper innovations which will attract youth to engage in agriculture, it ensures the sustainability of our industry, and it ensures our sustainability of our mother earth, because we will always still depend on future. So coming here from Tanzania, we came here to share experience from our brothers in Kenya, and we hope to learn a lot of new innovations which will be coming from the younger generation, which will assure our future. So this is just a beginning. I was talking to Judy last time when we met in Uganda, and we were trying to see how we can bring together our two countries work together, come up with proper innovations which will further the agenda of the sugar industry in the region. As he initially said, our focus is to make sure that we sustain our demand, but also we produce surplus to feed our neighboring countries. And that is possible. If you look at the potential of sugar industry that exists in Kenya and in Tanzania, you can see that is quite assured. So it is our responsibility to make sure that we work hard, we work together, pull together our resources to ensure that we maximize whatever little we have to ensure that we meet that objectives. So thank you again, Judy, for your invitation. I'm accompanied with my colleague. I would like to invite him just to stand and wave. Is the director, is Engineer Buzingo, the Director of Regulatory Services under the Sugar Board of Tanzania. Thank you once again.
Asante sana ndugu Profesa Kenneth Pengesi kutoka Muungano wa Jamhuri wa Tanzania. Now we go to our chief guest, who is also our newly appointed chair, and I want us to welcome in a big way Johnston. Saidie kukaribisha chairman wetu Honorable Nicholas Gumbo.
He is a distinguished engineer and public servant whose career spans decades of impactful service. From his beginnings as a leading consulting engineer in energy audits and electrical design across diverse industries. With his vast experience in engineering, governance and community leadership, he brings a wealth of expertise and vision to his new role, promising a revitalized and innovative future for Kenya's sugar industry. Please welcome the Kenya Sugar Board Chairman, Honorable Engineer Nicholas Gumbo.
Karibu sana sa.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yes, you have been told, my name is Engineer Nicholas Gumbo. I am 10 days old as chairman of Kenya Sugar Board, and I want to thank His Excellency the President for this honor. I also want to start by congratulating our CEO, Wakili Jude Chesire, on his election as the Vice Chair of the International Sugar Organization. Mine will be very brief, really, to welcome all of you participants to this symposium. As you all know, we are under the Kenya Kwanza administration, and agriculture and value addition is one of the 6 pillars that form the plan on which this government, the government of the Republic of Kenya, is run. It is very exciting that today we are here to look at how we can bring innovations into this sector. The sugar sector, as you may know, in Kenya, supports either directly or indirectly about 8 million people. That's roughly about 15% of the population of Kenya. So that is not a small number. What we are here, and we are grateful, very, very grateful indeed to His Excellency the President for pulling out sugar from the Agriculture and Food Authority so that sugar can be regulated independently through the Kenya Sugar Board. This is important because, of course, there's so many players within the sugar value chain, from those who supply input, farmers, the millers, to the consumers. All these are within that ecosystem of the sugar sector value chain. Our role as a board is really to provide a level playing ground so that all the players get benefits from the activities and participation within the sugar sector. The Act is just about a month or so old, so we are here to work with you as we operationalize this Act. And my call to every participant and those who are going to take part and all the players in the sugar sector, let us work as a team. We all have everything to gain when this industry succeeds. we all have everything to lose when the industry doesn't work as it should. So mine is a call to action, a call to all of us so that we can work together, so that each one of us, we get to maximize the full benefit within within the huge potential of the industry. As our friend from our neighbors, Tanzania, said, the potential here is huge. It's very big. There's a feeling by some quarters that we haven't even scratched 15% of what can be done within the industry. So ladies and gentlemen, mine is to welcome you. Let us have active participation. Let's hear what's coming up. And Bwana CEO, this is very, very timely because as a country, our biggest concern today, and I think it's probably the whole region, is what to do with the bulging population of our youth. I am convinced, as most of us are, and indeed as His Excellency the President is convinced, that as the day will sort out the youth problem in Kenya, especially to participate within the agricultural sector, will have gone a long way into realizing our aspirations as a country. And you know, when Kenya succeeds, East Africa succeeds. So this is not just for Kenya alone, but for the region as a whole. So young people of Kenya and those who have come from outside the country, please welcome to this symposium. Explore your horizons. Don't be limited. I mean, this is even an opportunity for you to dream. And a lot of times, you have to understand there's no limit to what you can dream. What you can dream, whatever limit is there, those are the limits that you yourself or we ourselves have imposed. Let us break those boundaries so that we can come up with innovations that will not only improve industry, but will also help us in getting our youth to be not only excited within the industry, but to be major contributors in what this sector can achieve. I thank you. I wish you all very good participation, and it is now my pleasure to declare the symposium officially open. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much indeed. Let us work together as a team. We have everything to gain. This is not just for Kenya, but for the region. Explore the horizon. There is no limit to what we can dream. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our first presentation. 40 minutes, and the remaining time for questions. So ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. Let's have the profile set. Please remember we have menti.com as your platform for questions and engagement. Please, welcome.
He is a distinguished scholar who stands as a beacon of academic excellence and leadership. He has dedicated over 20 years to shaping minds at Maseno University and another 14 years at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, where he leads as director of Kisumu campus. A prolific researcher and mentor, he has guided numerous postgraduate students, spearheaded impactful research projects, and held senior management roles, leaving a lasting legacy in academia. Please welcome Professor Francis Angawa.
Good morning. Let me start by first of all congratulating the new CEO, Jude, and the new chairman, engineer who is my friend, and Mheshimiwa, and together with our guests from across the border. Please feel welcome. I am here today as a stakeholder. I'm here today as a stakeholder in the sugar industry, one as a Kenyan, and two as an academic, and three as a trainer or a scholar. So when I was asked to come and talk about the youth, I felt excited because for a long time, our youth have been marginalized in this country, but I'm happy that we have realized that youth are very, very important segment of our community. And therefore, as a geographer and as a demographer, I'll be taking through the demographics that we have in this country and to show you the point where the youth are and what they can be able to do, and what we have also done as a country, and what we can be able to do to make the sugar industry become much more productive. So I'll start by taking you through the demographics of this country. In Kenya, our current total population is about 56 million people. 56 million people. And out of that population, 80% is composed of people who are less than 35 years in terms of age. So you can see we have a huge population which is under 40 or under 30. And that is a population that we should not take for granted. That is a population that we need to address. That is a population that we need to focus on, is when we can be able to fulfill our obligation as a country and also within the international community. Within Kenya, again, I want to indicate that out of that population, 11 million people can be considered as young population, youth for that matter, because of concern of the youth. And youth is important to us because if we consider our demographics, we find that in Kenya, our crude birth rate, which is the number of births that we expect from about 1,000 people per year, is about 20. And our crude death rate, the number of deaths that we expect from about 1,000 people per year, is about 7. And therefore, that gives us an average of 2%. Our rate of growth is 2%, which means our population is growing gradually. And as it grows, it means that we have more people getting into the system as youth. And that's why we have to take care of them. Our life expectancy in this country is about 67.7 years. That's the average number of years that one is expected to live from the time of birth. So with that life expectancy, with that high rate of growth of about 2%, remember other countries like in Europe, they have negative. Most developed countries have a rate of growth of 0 point something, closer to 0.1 or 0.0 something. But us, we have 2%, which means we have more people coming in because of our nature of demographic makeup. So with that, how do we define our youth? In this country, we have a constitution, the latest constitution of Kenya 2010 constitution, which define youth as those who are aged between 18 and 34. And that definition is important because I've seen cases where those who claim to be youth are those who are even over 50 years. So we have to be very clear and understand the population that we are dealing with. So according to the Kenyan Constitution, those who are categorized between the age of 18 and 35, 34 are the well-designated people who should be referred as youth. Now, in 2006, our government of Kenya came up with a national youth policy. National youth policy. And that national youth policy, and it's a policy document that passed through parliament. It also gave us a good definition of youth as residents of Kenya who are between the ages of 15 and 35. So it is that class that we are concerned about. That class that we are concerned about is the most productive group. That is our social capital as a country. That is the group that is at its prime age. That is the group that can be considered as innovators. That is the group that can be able to create new things. That is the group that can be able to roll new technology. So if we are to develop, if we are to move sugar sector to another level, then it is important to consider the interest of that group. It is important to stimulate that group. It is important to encourage that group. it is important to train that group. And that is the reason why we are here, because it is a special group for us. So I want to indicate that when the national policy was developed, that time the government of Kenya, the youth is a very, very important segment. And therefore, that policy was supposed to enable them get equal opportunity. Equal opportunity, because youths were marginalized. But with that policy, what went wrong? And that's why we are here. We have not been able to live up to the expectation of that policy, which means we need a mindset change as a country. And given that agriculture contributes so much as far as our GDP is concerned, it also contributes so much as far as our economy is concerned. And if we have a population that has a potential of making that agriculture be active, if you have a potential of population that can do to turn around the sugar sector, then that population is the youth. If we revolutionize youth in this system, then agriculture or sugar sector will also have a change, a complete change, and will be able to do what our colleague from Uganda said. We can be able to produce enough for our country, and at the same time, we can be able to export to other countries, because we have capital, or human capital for that matter, which is very, very important, that we have not used. So I'm saying the objective that we had was very, very good, and we are saying that given that they form the largest percentage of, or a bigger proportion of our population, we are saying if that segment of the population is offered the right opportunity, if they have the right skill sets, if they have the right, because that's what we are missing, if they have the right skill set, then we'll be able to move to the next level. And that skill set is what Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University, where I work, stand for, as an institution that can help train youth which can be relevant to the sugar sector. It is the training providing the opportunity to the youth through development of skills. So as an academic, we are concerned about what can we be able to do to provide that skill set. And that skill set can only be provided through institutions, and I'm happy. We have various institutions here. We have various universities, technical institutions, vocational institutions. We should be able to focus on training our people in the relevant skills. We don't now just need general agriculture. We need those who are trained in sugarcane production. Because when you consider the value chain from the time of cropping up to the time of harvesting and marketing, we need people who can be proactive. And that's what I'm saying. We can be able, if we work together, we can be able to train people, work at the youth, who can be able to provide that we require as far as the sugar is concerned. I've also just indicated that they are important human resource for us. Remember, if you want to develop, you must develop your human resource. And as a country, we have developed our human resource, but in the wrong direction. And that's why we have a lot of unemployment. Remember, at the time of independence, Kenya, Malaysia, you can name those countries who are far. But where did we go wrong? And I'm happy we have had a lot of changes in our education system. Like now, what is coming up as CBC is supposed to be the type of education that will train relevant people even to the sugar sector. Because we want people who can be able to add value, where people can be able to add value to the agricultural sector. So I'm saying, if we want to revolutionize our sugar sector, then it is important to target the relevant group, which is the youth. Now, and in that case, we are saying youth should be empowered. Youth should be engaged. We should be able to empower our youth. We should be able to engage them. We should be able to provide them with the rightful skills. We should make them have hope, because our youth in this country most of them have become hopeless. Remember what happened in July this year when they turned around and they said, we are not moving in the right direction. So they changed the landscape of this country, political, social, and otherwise. So So we are saying, let's engage these people. Let's make them have hope. Let's make them have faith that we are concerned about them. And if we do that, then we'll be saving this country a great deal. Let's show them that agriculture is the main backbone of our economy. Sugar, for a long time, has been one of the major exports of this country, but now we are importing sugar. Where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong? Is there a way how we can be able to turn the sugar industry around? And I'm saying it is possible, and we can do it. If we refocus, if we look at our product right, then we can be able to do that. But if we don't consider our youth, then they'll get into drug, they'll get into substance abuse, they'll get into criminal gangs, like what we have in Kondele here. They are quite a few meters away from here. They are just idle youth. So if we want to get out of that quagmire, then it means we have to address youth with the relevant skills. If we impart to them relevant skills, then they'll be able to be productive in this country. Now, education institutions can help youth by training them in entrepreneurship. Education can help train youth in leadership. Education can help train youth to become innovators. Education can help youth to be creators. Like in this country, the youth have the potential of being job creators in this country. But we are now training them to go and look for jobs. From where? Let's be in a position whereby our products should be able to engage themselves to become producers, to become job creators and not job seekers. The people that we are producing now are basically job seekers. And I'm happy again that Our Excellency, the President, renewed the energy of the Presidential Working Party on education, because we have to get to CBC as a system that can help boost the interest of the youth. Education is like the universities should now turn around and move from the ivory tower and come down and train people who should be able to be hands-on on the ground. And I'm saying the other time we had a symposium for Kenya Sugar, we told them, as Jaramogi of University, we are willing to help and partner. We are willing to help and partner with the sugar industry to train relevant people in terms of production, in terms of value chain, so that we get value from our system. Now that training, it can only work well when we work with industry through PPP, public-private partnership, so that we get what the industry requires, so that we train people according to their demand. So I'm saying, as a university, more particularly as JUICE, we are willing to work with the Kenya Sugar Authority to develop relevant programs so that we can be able to impart relevant skills, so that we can be able to provide manpower that will be relevant, that can be able to add value to the sugar sector, because we value sugar sector so much, because sugar sector has been contributing so much. So we are saying youths are creative people. Youth can be able to take us to the next level, and when they take us to the next level, even the sugar sector will have additional value addition. I indicated who are less than 30 years. Once you get to the age of 35, you cannot be allowed to fly the jet, which means they are using younger people, they are using their potential, they are using their IQ to make them move to another level. Us, we just ignore our youth. We don't know, we are not bothered about them. Every year, the country, from the institutions, we turn out over 200,000. And out of 200,000, about 10,000 or less than 2% or 3% of the ones that get absorbed. Where do we take the rest? Where do we take the rest? Why must you train people and then you abandon them? And yet, we know agriculture is the backbone of our economy. If these people can get relevant skills, then they can get back to the economy and produce. And I'm happy with the sugar sector that we are now concerned about the youth. And I'm telling you, if you focus on the youth, the whole of sugar sector will be changed completely. If you want a revolution, just focus on the youth, and they'll be able to do that. Then why the youth? Why the youth? I want to state categorically, youths are the innovators. Youths are the innovators in this country. New innovations are coming from the youth. I want to give you a very typical example. Nowadays, people are talking about Safaricom and M-Pesa. M-Pesa, that is now known world over, it started from Kenya and by the youth. It started from Kenya. That shows you ideas that can be able to stimulate sugarcane production in this country, and when that is done, we'll be able to get value for our input. I also just want to indicate that youth are very, very important, and if we involve them well, they'll be changed. And if we don't involve them, it will be business as usual. Business as usual, that will be engaging the older people who have run out of ideas, older people who are not ready for change, older people who think differently, and older people who do not have vision. The youth in this country, and has been demonstrated, they are visionary. It is only that they have not been given opportunity. And I'm pleading as an academic that let's give these our people good opportunity, and when we give them that opportunity, they'll be able to help the sugar sector, because they'll be helping even to sustain our sugar sector by environmental control, by maintaining our soil fertility through their innovative thinking and creativity, and by doing that, even the cost of production will come down. Because as a country, if you are producers, maximize on profit, then you must reduce the cost of production. But the older generation, they have the old ideas that they have been using over and over. And one thing that I've known and I've learned is that the older people fear the youth, because youth are critical. You cannot develop if you don't allow critical thinking. You cannot develop if you don't allow critique, because critique is what opens the mind. So I'm feeling that let's give the youth opportunity in this country. They can be able to help us take our agricultural sector to another level. They can be able to take our sugar sector to another level. They can enable us produce much more that we can be able to consume in this country and export, because it's a very, very important segment of our population. I want just to let you know that our government has also played some role as far as the youth is concerned. It's not that have not been, yeah. So the government of Kenya has also tried to motivate the youth, to engage them. They have also tried to empower them. They created the ways of fund, because most of them would want to venture into business, because when we talk about sugar industry, we are talking about the entire food chain, where we need even those who do the processing, those who do the marketing, those who do all those that go within the sugar sector. So the government has tried. The government has even tried by putting the ICT all over internet, so that the youth can also be involved in the sugar tech sector through the digital workforce. You don't have to employ them at the point where the industries are, but they can be able to work from home. And the government has done that through the creation of ICT, which is providing a lot of space for our youth, because they work better through the space. The youth work better through the space, which the older people do not understand. The older people do not even understand space, because from the space here, they can know when we are most likely to have rain, when we should be able to plant, and they can be able to monitor. They can monitor production, and even the growing and planting activities from very far. So let's use the youth, because they are good innovators. But I want to also let you know that the world is moving very fast. The world is moving very fast, that if we are not careful, we'll be overtaken by events. The pace of development, there's now AI. AI is going to replace us, and the people that is going to replace first are the older generation. Because with AI, we're using artificial intelligence, we'll not even need drivers for tractors. We'll not even need people do the planting for us. We'll not even need people who can be able to do the harvesting for us. So the people who are well positioned to take care of that, the changing political, social, and economic landscape that we have, are the youth. Which means if they are well trained, then we have a lot of potential, and if they are well trained, then our production can be used efficiently, effectively, and also productively in changing the sugarcane production in this country. So that's where our focus is for now. So as I conclude, I just want to indicate that the youth are the backbone of this country. The youth are the backbone of this country. They have a potential of playing the game change. Let's look at them as game changers in the sugar industry. Let's look at them as game changers because the society is changing very fast. If we become static, then we will be overtaken by events. So youth are very, very important. Let's give them priority in our planning. Let's give them priority in our participation. Like here, I'm happy that we have some youth that are part of this workshop or this expo that we have here now. If we go that way, then we'll be able to move in the right direction. If we change our policy in terms of training the youth, we'll be more able to move to another level. If they are well trained, then I can tell you, then we'll have a valuable asset in this country that can help us to transform the sugar industry and be able to have enough for ourselves and also enough to export to earn us more foreign exchange. I want to stop there. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Well, thank you so much indeed. And it is at this particular point that we will have a panel discussion.
Okay.
And so I'd kindly request the panelists to please take to the stage so that we can have that discussion. Mr. Edwin Chikanda, Christopher Koga, Fred Jonna, please to start us off your thoughts in regards to Professor Francis Ngalda's presentation. Just your opening thoughts. And if you have any questions, we have a Menti on set so that you can post your questions and comments. For this session, ladies and gentlemen, we have about 20 minutes. So our 20 minutes begin now. Please start us off your thoughts, just your remarks. Go ahead, Prof.
Good morning. Thank you, Prof, for that wonderful presentation on the involvement of youth in the revitalization of sugarcane production. Professor has mentioned a few areas that the university is actually engaged in terms of trying to bring youth on board in sugarcane farming. But I would have loved the professor to look at the issue of the curriculum per se. Agriculture is key, as you've rightly put it. But when you look at the curriculum, the agriculture curriculum has actually been expunged in primary schools. Similarly, when you go to tertiary institutions like the universities, as at last year, the number of students undertaking agriculture courses in the university had actually dropped down from 25,000 to 16,000, an indicator that most of our students are not willing to take agricultural courses. So it is time for the academia to go back on the drawing board and try to bring back the students into this agriculture because it plays a very big role. Find out why the youth are really not interested in agriculture. They look at it as a monotonous task. They look at it in terms of the risks involved in farming, holistic farming. They look at it as, like when you look at sugarcane, delayed returns. The youth don't want to wait for a whole 18 or 16 months in order to gain their returns. So it is a high time that the university or the curriculum or the policy makers should look into the issue of the curriculum so that agriculture can be given priority in the higher learning institutions. Secondly, Prof, I would have wished you to look at the policies in agriculture. Policies related to financing. Most of our youth are actually willing to engage in agriculture, but then they lack the resources. Policies related to land. Land is currently being held by our grandfathers and our grandparents. Can the government or the policy makers actually come up with legal frameworks that can actually enable the youth to be able to access land? We look at the land that is idle, the ADC land. Can we even have policies that will lease that land to youth for meaningful agricultural purposes? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor, you come from a training institution of Jaramogi. I was very pleased to hear from you that you are stressing training in sugar industry. Without training, you cannot develop in any sector. Myself, Fredo Cage, I'm a product of training. When I left university many years ago, 1972, I was employed in Chimali as a trainee in sugar. And the training was very serious. And after some time, when I joined Chemelil, the expected staff in Chemelil was about 30 people from outside, and very few local staff were engaged. By the time I left Chemelil to go to work in Sony Sugar, there was zero foreign requirement in Chemelil. But this is now changing. You go to all these new factories, we don't have trained staff, local staff. Go to any new factory now, any new factory, you'll find even as simple a job as foremen, fitters, fan boilers are of foreign extraction. That means the area of training must be stressed. And when I was in Chemelil and Sony, I took the initiative to introduce the idea of training to Macedo University. I met the late Professor Django Ngao and gave him what I thought we needed in the sugar industry. And they're very serious about the whole thing, but something went wrong, and they left the university, and the chairman, Bill Wamalwa, was there. The thing died. But fortunately, I met another professor in Macedo Muliro University. In a social gathering, I said, I've taken this to Macedo, but they didn't go very far with it. You know Professor Jalanga Kelo? He was not in that line of trade, but he took this matter up seriously with the Senate of that Macedo University, Kakamega University, Kakamega, Macedo Muliro. And when he introduced the topic, the Senate accepted to start a school, a branch for training in sugar. And I believe that branch is still there. But the quality of people you have seen from that university are not, it needs a lot of improvement. But now that you are here introducing the idea again of training, I think there's no harm having another university in the area taking sugar training seriously. My idea of looking for a department in the universities here is sugar is the major crop in this zone. And if you are educating people in the university, we must also look at what can benefit the people here seriously. And I think you're in the right path. Another thing I want to say, the government started something called DIT, still there, and was reimbursing factories could train people and not promise to employ them, but train them in industry so that when they go through the course, they would be in a pool where anybody else wanting to develop can get from that pool. And I don't think this is going on very seriously now, but since you mooted the idea, the policy made should put more money in this type of training so that we develop people. You can't develop the youth if you don't train them and expose them to jobs. The training in the industry gives the students hands-on so that when they go to the field, they understand what they're doing. I will not bore you very much, but I will want to hear more comments from the people here, and we will respond where we can to the best of our ability.
Thank you, Bwana Okech. Over to you, Bwana Christopher.
Yes, to all the protocols observed, good morning. My name is Christopher Koga Nandi, and apparently I can see amongst the panel list that are available here, I'm the only young man who is the youth. So I believe that the insight that I'm going to share would be of greater significance and help. Just as Professor has said initially that the youth are the key drivers of economic change through their innovation. But most of the times we will find out that they are left as the marginalized part of these groups. And one such scenarios where the youth is left even on the new sugar bill that the president just signed recently into law. If you look even at the representation of the members of the board, there is no place that is advocating, or there is no mechanism that is giving the avenue for the youth to be presented on it, and yet they are speaking about equality. So most of the times we are left behind, but you will find out that we are the most innovative part of the population. And currently, you will realize that the Kenyan age is the youthful population. So engaging the youth, not just within the sugar sector, but the entire agriculture as a driver towards economic change will be of greater significance. I would like to take a look into the ways in which us, the young men and the young ladies, can be involved within the sugar sector. It is not a must that we are involved in the production. I can take this and equate it to what happened in July. We saw that the youth came outside to articulate their points against the bill that was being presented into the country. So there are a lot of ways in which the youth can be involved within the sugar sector. It does not necessarily mean that we must be involved within the actual production. Actually, we need to teach the young men about lobbying and advocacy for the policies that will reform the agricultural sector, not even just the sugar value chain. So by teaching them, this will enable them to target precise policies. And from a layman's language, you know very well that the main cause that makes the sugar sector not to function very well in this nation are the policies that are not being formed adequately. We can take a look at policies that influence the cost of production, for example. Then we look for ways in which we can teach the youth to how to advocate for such policies that would better this. We can also take a look, for example, at the policies that are addressing things like anti-dumping legislations. So when we teach the youth about these things, they can in turn mobilize the farmers via social platforms. You saw how the X helped during the 2024 finance bill protest. So, and again, we can also include things such as the entire value chain of the sugar industry is broad. So if we bring the youth in other aspects of the value chain, such as the logistics part, such as adding value, I think that will be prompt and will help us as the youth within this country. Otherwise, thank you very much. I look forward to the questioning time.
All right, thank you so much. Just before I throw it back to Prof, just wanted to get quick feedback from the floor. Two ladies, two gentlemen. These are comments. What are you picking? What are you picking? What are you picking? Talk to us. Your name.
I'm speaking about the importance of youth being in this forum, and as the professor said, it's very important for the youth to gain insightful skills and have knowledgeable about agriculture and the industry. Yes.
Thank you so much, Georgina. Let me get another lady. Okay, Bona Francis, I'll come to you. Just one lady. Talk to us. What are you getting so far from the discussions we've had?
My name is Valentine. From the discussion, what I got is it's good to engage the youth as they grow. Thank you. In agricultural sector, and the training is important as well. The key was training as well.
So engage the youth. The training is very important. Bona Francis, you ready?
Thank you. I'm Zotore from Kenya Sugar Research and Training Institute, and I to thank the professor, that is Professor Francis Angawa, for the presentation he has given. He has given a presentation on the youth. And according to the theme of this symposium, youth have to be given that importance that it requires. Now, what I've just maybe discovered also from one of our panelists is that the youth have been left behind. Even when you look at the universities, those ones who are taking the agriculture course are really dropping. But I want to maybe add my sentiments by saying the policy makers sometimes are the ones who do fail. Because when you look in our country, there are some youth who have trained in agriculture, some who have done diploma in agriculture, but they are languishing out there. It's not that because they don't want to do agriculture, but after training, you find that opportunities for employment is not there. As much as we say that we want to empower them, for them to be able to be self-reliant, but then you find they cannot be able to do anything because they don't have resources. As one of the panelists has said, you find they don't have land. But sometimes back, we used to have institutions like ADC, where if the youth have been empowered, you know, they can go to those kind of farms, they work in those farms, they get, you know, some resources, they get more skills, and then they can pick up the skills and maybe become self-employment. So I want just to urge the government maybe to come up with policies that can be able to absorb the youth and make the youth feel, you know, part of the growing the economy. So I just want to thank the presenter by starting that topic, and I think it's going to set the mood. Thank you so much.
Maybe just a final voice from a youth. We've heard from Valentine, Georgina, Francis. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, good morning. My name is Evan Soter. I'm a youth. Yes. Okay. My name is Evan Soter. Thank you, Professor, for the good presentation. So I have just one question of concern. Is that you see, most youths when they came to universities, when youths came to universities, most of the youths will look for the white collar jobs. They don't want something to deal. Mostly the Gen Zs, they don't want anything related to agriculture. So, but we see after Form 4, after high school, most of those people who went into agriculture are those people who didn't qualify to universities. What measures have you taken to ensure that those people who are left in the villages there are trained within your institution or any other institution to acquire these skills to ensure that we push over the agricultural sector in the country? Thank you.
Thank you so much. 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 Thank you so much.
Youth at the grassroots level even says we need to focus on that. Prof. Francis, over to you and the panel.
Thank you for the good questions. I'll start by addressing the last one. If you go to the village, those who are doing fishing, those who are keeping poultry, those who are keeping goats, they're the people who did not go to school well. They're the people who did not do even agriculture. What do you think? See, those who did a bit of agriculture can be able to do it better in the form of the youth. So what we have in this country is a change of attitude. Agriculture, I know, has been marginalized. People don't like it. There's a bad attitude about agriculture, but that was also because of our background. Because when we were in school, for those who misbehaved, they were given jembes to go to the school farm. And that discouraged people. So people tend to associate farming or agriculture with wrongdoing. So we need to change attitude now. We need to change attitude. And as a country, we should stop training people on theoretical aspect. And I want to advocate to those policymakers, let us be truthful and come up with a curriculum that will enable us to train job creators and not job seekers. Most of the people who have graduated in our institutions are basically looking for employment opportunities. But let's turn the table round and train job creators. And that's why I said, let us partner with the private sector so that we produce people who can be able to come up with good technology that can be able to produce sugar within 12 months and not 18 months or even 9 months, because it is possible, so that the farmers don't have to wait for long. And if people know that when the product is going to be taken to market, they will get their money in the shortest time possible, they'll be motivated. So I'm simply saying, the government started, let's say, Uwezo Fund for the youth development fund. That was meant to stimulate development by providing access to credit facilities to the youth to enable them change their mind and start being job creators. We have a problem, and that problem, and I'm happy we are addressing it now. And I want us to address it candidly. Then the country will be able to change. In the sugar production, I told you we are going to have AI. It is going to be there with us. And if you are in doubt, we will not even have the house help, because they'll be able to do for us everything. We will not have people to have even cooks. They'll be able to do for us everything in the form of robots. So instead of using robots, and that technology is coming, let us engage our youth so that when that time will come, we'll not be at quagmire. I want to address the issue that he raised about agriculture. I agree. But the problem that we have in this country is that the policymakers, basically the politicians, they don't consult technocrats. And if they are given the right information, they don't follow. And if you become very critical about it, then they develop some kind of hatred about you. Because Kenya has a lot of good human resource that has not been used. If you go to developed countries, I've been in many countries, we have Kenyans who are leading their economy in terms of innovation, in terms of new development, but us, nobody bothers about what is happening. The universities, which is supposed to be a center of excellence for the production of human resource, is established in this country. They are sinking. And I'm saying universities are sinking under our watch. And if you want to destroy an economy, just touch on education. You don't have to bring the guns. Just spoil education. I'm happy that we are starting to change, but I want the Kenya Kwanza government to wake up and address what is happening in the institutions. Because it's all happening because of psychophants. Psychophants, incompetence. And that is what is killing this country. And that is what the youth is saying. Let's have those who are competent. Let's recognize talent. And then you can be able to move to another level. Agriculture in the university, the numbers went down, yes. The numbers went down because of corruption. There was a period when biology paper in this country, for those who understand, people failed miserably. And you know, agriculture requires biology. So when biology paper, when it was corrupted and students failed, we could not get enough people. You are talking about priority in terms of policy. And policy again gets back to the politician. So the political wing, my friend the chairman is here as a politician. We are saying when you're coming up with policies, it is good to have public participation. Because our policies in this country, most of them have been made without public participation. And when you get public participation, let's get all segments of the population. And then we'll be able to move in the right direction. I just want to respond to what he said, talked about training of staff. When you went to Chemile and when you went to where? Sony Sugar? Sony. You know, the staff that were there were youthful population from other countries and recognized them. We gave them a lot of priority while we sat on our people. Let's give equal opportunity. Because in this country, there's a tendency of valuing foreigners at the expense of the locals. So I hope that one they'll be able to sort out. The engagement now, I'm saying if we have Bukura, which is a training institution here, let Bukura train people who specialize in sugar production. That is what we don't have in this country. We just have agriculturalists. But let's have training that is focused. I'm happy when you said Masinde, you approached Maseno, they developed a cold feed. You approached Masinde Muliro, they started it. Then what happened? Something happened. That's what people get back and try to sort it out. In terms of policy, I can remember during 1970s, 1980s, we had big ADC farms in this country. And those farms, some of them were meant for demonstration. Now in this country, we don't have farms even that can be used for demonstration. What happened? They are all grabbed by people. So the training institutions don't even have grounds where they can be able to train people. Because agriculture needs practical kind of work. So I don't know what went wrong. You have the answer. He said the youth have been marginalized. True. And that's why we must have a mind change set. Because what happened in July was a big pointer to us as a country. Because the youth came up and indicated that they are there, they are tribeless, they are faceless, and yet they are powerful. So if we continue ignoring them, it will be at our own belly. Let's engage them in the boards. Like if the Sugar Board chair, CEO, do you have a youth in the board? I know, I sit in some of the boards, and we don't have a youth. Do we have? Because we want them to be engaged. Who will articulate the issue of youth if they are not in the boards where decisions are being made? If you go to the boards, and I'm happy that you are there as the CEO with my friend engineer, okay? But I'm telling you, even from the Sugar Board, let's have youth representation in that board. And if you can have youth representation in all the boards in this country, then we'll be able to have a change in the system. That is the world talking. That's the Kenyan talking, isn't it? Not me. I'm just saying, let's have youth in our boards so that their issues can also be taken care of. And finally, I'm saying, let us motivate our youth. We talked about motivation, isn't it? Let us motivate them. You know, a motivated community can prosper. A motivated community can be very productive. A motivated community can get to another level. So motivation is lacking. So about employment opportunity, we have talked about that, and I said, let's try to be in a position to be training job creators and not job seekers. I think I've tried a bit.
Right. Thank you so much. Big round of applause to Prof.
Thank you. Mwakazi, I just wanted to add something to what Professor was saying, particularly on training. This is going forward. The Sugar Act has created Kenya Sugar Research and Training Institute. Previously, it was just focused on research, but now it will also have a training. It will be, apart from research, there will also be training. So now, what we are supposed to do now to see, we are supposed to see how we can interface even the existing trainings that are there to see how they can play a role in Kesurti, that institute, but specific to the sugar sector. And there's even monetary support from the levy, which is even higher than that of the board, which is about 15% of the levy. So I'm sure with that, we should be able to move forward. And my colleague, Dr. Omondi, I think he'll be here. I'm sure, yeah, he's here. So maybe you can say something about the training, what plans you have, just in a second.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. My name is Crispin Omondi. I'm the acting CEO of the Kenya Sugar Research and Training Institute, which has just been established in the new Sugar Act. And well, as the CEO is saying, the institute has been created with a training component, and we will be very much relying on the people from academia when we are doing the curriculum, and we hope that this will be a very good opportunity for our youth to come and learn. It will be a fully fledged unit within the institute that will have, I guess, a principal and even lecturers, and it is going to be a big thing. It's going to be, you know, a sugar training institute with all the necessary stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to also add a little bit to what the professor said. I think there is really a big opportunity, and you see, the thing is that where we are as a country, what is happening in Kenya, sometimes these days I'm in Nairobi and people are at home and they ask me about things happening barely 5 kilometers from where I am, which they already know about and I'm not aware of. So, Professor, for me, I think we really must move. When we were young in school, there used to be a book written by a South African called Alan Patton, and it was called Cry the Beloved Country. It was basically a lamentation of what used to happen. I think really for us, let us focus on the opportunities. Yes, we know a lot could have and should have been done, but that is now behind us. I think why the involvement of the youth here is so exciting, and I told you why their involvement is so exciting. Look at the opportunities, the world today. Why some countries and even individuals are moving so fast is because they have looked into what opportunities are available when you get the convergence of the three drivers of the economies today. And one of the drivers, and I'm glad Professor spoke about it, is artificial intelligence. The other driver is big data. And the third driver is connectivity. So for you, the young people, what are we going to mine from the convergence of these three drivers? Artificial intelligence, big data, and connectivity. How do we harness this to make this industry accommodate you and your aspirations? And of course, you know, before you could be told that wait 2 years, the current generation has no time for that. And that's why you are into that space. Yeah? There are economies in this world where sugar is actually a byproduct of a bigger industrial activity. What is to stop Kenya, for example, from saying that henceforth, yes, we need sugar, but let us also try to get the value chain as part of what we harness from the value chain, as part of what we are doing for value addition. How do we convert our sugar industry into one that will also help us in diversifying into biofuels? So for me, I think we are here to dream about the possibilities. And I can tell you, sometimes dreaming is for free. It doesn't cost you anything. Those of you who know the history of the current president, he first mentioned he wanted to be president in 2009. At that time, it just looked like a bluff, but look at where he is. So personally, I do believe, let us dream, walk into that space of that beautiful convergence of big data, artificial intelligence, and connectivity, and let us see how this industry can be bigger so that it doesn't just affect or influence the livelihoods of 8 million people, but influences the livelihoods of more than half the population of Kenya. I thank you.
Thank you so much. We're here to dream. Look at the possibilities. Because of time, we'll just give you 2 minutes each just to give us your closing remarks. But for Christopher, there was a particular point that was posted via Menti. Okay. Yeah, that one. So Christopher, somebody's saying, since you remarked that you're the only youth in the panel, in as much as we appreciate the input of technology, let's also encourage the youths to be hands-on, be ready to get dirty. Technology requires capital, which is hard to come by. Your final remarks, given as your response. Go ahead. 2 minutes. Christopher. Oh, Christopher could start. Christopher, then Okech, then Bwana Edwin, you'll close with us because you also have a presentation. Go ahead, Christopher, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mwakazi, for that input. In as much as you have said that the youths need to get their hand dirty within the agricultural sector, we must also embrace the fact that sugarcane production as a value chain thrives well under commercialization. So under commercialization, getting your hands dirty without technology, I think is not the way to go. We need to embrace technology. If you can look at some of the things that make the cost of production of the sugar industry to be very great in Kenya is inputs. We have got one of the major inputs that is being used in the sugar industry is the herbicides. And for you to apply a bigger acreage, you need to embrace technology, such as the use of drone technology to do this. Because if you are to employ the labor system, it will take greater time. So technology becomes part and parcel of revitalizing sugarcane production, especially under commercialization. Otherwise, as I finish, I would like to say that the youth are the drivers to economic change. Leaving them behind any policy reforms within the agricultural sector, not just the entire sugar value chain, but also other value chain across this sector, is something that should not be heard of. It is a mistake because we have known that the youth is now the majority of the population. Including them in this will greatly affect the entire value chain because we know very well that this is the most innovative generation that we have. Otherwise, thank you very much for your time.
A big round of applause to Bwana Christopher. Thank you so much indeed. Up next, Bwana Okech, your final remarks.
Thank you very much, Bwana Mwakazi. As we have all heard it, the youth are very important. The age group 15 to 35 is 85%. That is very important. And that's where the activity is, where people can work very hard. Now, those making policies for developing the country must factor this into all their planning, so that when jobs are created, the youth must be catered for. And in sugar industry in particular, where I've been for a long time, the youth have a lot of space where they can come in, and training should be enforced in all factories like it used to be done in the 70s. And when this is done, unemployment that we are now having in the country for the youth, and it's very annoying that you find in the new factories that we have now. A lot of people are coming from outside when our youth are idle, but they're schooled, they can do the jobs. So when we make policy, and even those doing the immigration control must make sure those allowed to come into the industry as experts must be real experts, but where the local people can be taken, that should be stressed. Thank you.
Let's have Prof give his final 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Finally, I would want to say that let us engage our youth in all decision-making points, and that will make a difference for us. I also want to indicate that let us motivate our youth. Let us motivate them. They are lying low because of lack of motivation, and there are various ways of how we can do that. I also want to say that if we are to move to the next level, let's embrace technology. Let's embrace technology, because the world is going the technological way. And we can only get there when we give special reference to innovators. And youths are the best innovators. Youths are the agents of change. So if we don't involve the agents of change, we'll remain static, and change will change us. And finally, I'm happy with what you said. They are developing an institute for training, which is specialized. That is good. And that's what we have been missing in this country. And that's why we have been able to drop from where we were. Because if we could have started what we are talking about today, 20 years ago, we'll be too far. So let's develop PPP, because PPP will enable the training institutions to know what is required in the field. If you train and you don't know what is happening in the industry, the manpower that will produce will be irrelevant. The manpower that will produce will not be absorbed. But when you train them in a specific, specialized way, they can be able to become productive and efficient. With those few remarks, I just want to say thank you so much, and may God bless all of you.
A big round of applause to our panelists. I know we have one more panelist who is yet to give their final remarks. They will do so within 7 minutes together with their presentation. But in the meantime, a big round of applause to Christopher Wanokech, Professor Francis Makofi out of that as they take their seats. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, let's have on the screen our presentation. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to big round of applause, Edwin Shikanda, the special presentation, Single Eye Bud Chip Technology. The presentation, as you also give your final remarks, 7 minutes, please, because of time. We'll have a late break, so 7 minutes, then we set for our break. We'll have a timer, 25 minutes for our break. Edwin, once you're ready, 7 minutes. All right, 15 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning, audience. I'll give a presentation on leveraging single IBAT technology to enhance cost efficiency and sugarcane productivity in Kenya. This is a research work that was undertaken at Kenya Sugar Research and Training Institute. I am the presenter. Those are collaborators. Affiliation is Sugar Research Institute. I've been given 15 minutes. So that is the outline of my presentation. On the introduction, we look at the role of sugarcane in the Kenyan economy. Sugarcane is a strategic crop contributing to global and industrial sugar needs. And the sugar industry is quite key in the Kenyan economy, as it contributes to about 15% of AGDP. And the crop is capable of producing 10 tons of sugar, 4 tons of molasses, 3 tons of filter press mud, 9 tons of furnace ash, 30 tons of bagasse, and 150 kilowatts of electricity for every 100 tons of cane that is milled in the industry. We look at the production and performance of key agricultural sector 2022 compared to last year. Other than maize and rice that registered a positive performance, maize and rice, yes, that registered a positive performance. All the other sectors actually registered negative performance in terms of productivity, and the worst hit was the sugar sector, registering a negative 41% decrease. And we saw this resulting into the closure of mills due to lack of the raw materials. So the production trends for the last 10 years, the area under sugarcane production is going up. As at last year, it was at 259,000 hectares. But when you look at the productivity, it is quite cyclic. In 2021, we had the highest yields of 70 tons of cane per hectare. But as from 2022, the yields have declined. 2022, we were at 63 tons of cane per hectare. And last year, the yields were further depressed to 57 tons per hectare. So in terms of addressing the problem, the industry is facing quite a number of challenges. Of course, social, economic, and environmental, increasing costs of cultivation and low yields. And this makes actually farming uneconomically viable to sugarcane farmers. Of course, the issue of changing weather patterns coupled with soil degradation poses a major challenge to sugarcane farming. And our yields are actually stagnating between 55 and 70 tons of cane per hectare. We have high costs of production, key cost areas attributed to land, seed cane, and transport. And seed alone accounts to between 35 to 47% of the total production costs. And this actually contributes to the farmers using inferior seed cane, which results to low productivity. There's the issue of high seed rate at planting. Currently, the average seed rate is between 10 to 14 tons. For those ones who come from Transmara, they're actually using 14 tons per hectare, and that is quite costly. The material is also bulky, and it poses transportation and even storage challenges. So in terms of the justification, we look at the industry, the sugar and byproducts being on the rise, whereas production is quite cyclic, hence need for strategic approaches to meet the demand. And single IBAT technology could be an option. This is a technology that ensures that there is a saving in seed material. It improves yield between 25 to 37%. There's the ease of transport, facilitates intercropping, and when you're using this technology, there's the aspect of reduced crop maturation, which actually ensures constant supply of raw materials to the millers. So what is single IBAT technology? It is an innovative set of agronomic practices that involves using less seed, raising the seedlings, using the best planting methods, better water and nutrient management to increase the yield significantly. And this technology involves excision or extraction of the sugarcane bud, growing the bud in the plant media, and then transplanting the raised seedlings on the field. A trial was initiated at Kesreti in November 2020, and the broad objectives were to increase sugar productivity through rapid multiplication of improved varieties using the single hybrid technique. The specific objectives were to validate the potential of single hybrid technique in increasing sugar and yield, to undertake seed quality production using the technique, and lastly was to do the cost economic benefit using this technology. So in terms of the methodology, I'll not dwell on it, but it entailed getting the healthy stock, extracting the buds, pre-germinating it, and eventual transplanting into the field. So that is the procedure. You have the bud excision or extraction on the first pictorial, and then number 2, these are the extracted bud chips, and then number 3, these are now the potted chips into tubes, and 4, we look at the stalks that have been exercised or extracted there. So this is the planting of the exercised chips, and that is now transportation for transplanting of the chips into the field. I'm sorry, Makazi has given me very little time, so I'll have to work within the time. So within 45 days, we were able to transplant the plantlets in the field. Data was collected in line with the sugarcane evaluation manual, and analysis was done using SAS package. So those are just pictorials for data collection. And on the results, there were no significant differences in quantitative parameters, that is tillering, stock growth, and girth. But yield ranged from 105 to 117 tons of cane per hectare. The least variety actually was cane 80808 with a yield of 105, and the highest yield was attained on cane 82493. The varietal effects were all significant. On the qualitative traits, all the treatment, that is bricks, pole, and fiber and purity, were actually significant. And we were able to realize a pole range of between 11 to 14%, the least variety being cane 0033811 with a mean pole percent of 11.1, and the highest pole was attained in cane 82401, a pole of 14.1%. So that is just a representation of the statistical analysis in terms of performance in yield. And that one is a statistical analysis on the performance on quality parameters. That's a combination of yield and quality performance. So from the study, it was observed that yield and quality parameters were high in single hybrid as compared to conventional treatment. And this was in agreement with the two authors, Nolili and Mohanty. Parajuli also opined that the use of single hybrid saves between 60 to 70% of seed cane costs, and it can enhance yield to between 18 and 20%. So for our case, the yield attributes actually followed a similar trend, where the high yields were attributed to high offtake at planting. In this technology, you are actually planting what has already been pre-germinated. So you are sure of the uptake by the time you are transplanting these plantlets. Adoption of quality seed cane, and of course the technology is efficient in terms of utilization of resources. We are also able to do some economic efficiency of using this technology as compared to the conventional cane production. And the results indicated actually a reduction in the cost of seed cane transport, planting, and farrowing through use of this technology. A seed rate of 1 to 3 was used as compared to 1 to 8, which is normally applied under conventional cane production. And a normal cane planting, to establish 1 hectare, you need 8 tons. But now we are seeing the industry is 10 to 14, but the recommended is 8 tons of cane per hectare. But using this technology now, we were able to establish that you can only use 3 tons to establish 1 hectare and be able to realize 117 tons that we were able to realize. So this resulted in a saving of 62%, 62.5% in the cost of seed. And because you are not utilizing the whole stock, the remaining can be used actually to obtain sugar. So this reduction actually results in more income to the planter, to the farmer, and we realized that the highest cost-benefit ratio of 4.3 was attained in single IBAD and set planting, meaning that for every 1 shilling that you invested under this technology, you are able to recoup 4.3 shillings, as compared to 2.5 shillings in the normal conventional planting. So overall, in terms of costs, this technology actually saves the cost of production by 35.8%. So you see, seed cane, we are able to save 62, transport is about 39, farrowing is 30, planting is 27, fertilizer is 20, and overall is 35, a saving of 35. So this is the benefit cost ratio, whereby for every 1 shilling that you invest in this technology, you are able to recoup 4 shillings as opposed to 2 shillings and 50 cents. So given that it is a youth edition, I was able to do something on where the youth can be involved in terms of cane farming. And you see digital extension, techno-savvy, digital space will be key actually in engaging the youth. So in conclusion, the technology is cost effective as it reduces the ratio of seed cane usage from 1 to 8 to 1 to 3. And it has a greater potential. So it is worth actually for small and marginal farmers due to its ease of planting operations. So in the recommendations, we intend to upscale the technology to on-farm demonstration in sugarcane catchment areas, monitor the performance in more than 1 crop cycle, and also enhance stakeholder sensitization on various aspects of this technology. We are able to engage stakeholders during a field day just to appreciate the work. I want to acknowledge the CEO, Kenya Sugar Board, CEO Kesreti, scientists, Kibos Sugar Company, CTU Mutai, and the 2024 Sugar Symposium organizers for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much indeed. Because of time, we'll take any comments after break. Asante sana. In the meantime, makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our break. 25 minutes. We have a timer. If you can also have a time on your phones, we'll be glad. Once you see me with the bell, know that we'll be ready to gather again. So you will be guided. Keep left as you exit. Keep left as you exit. 25 minutes on the screen. Our timer begins now. Please take your timer. Take your timer. 25 minutes. Thank you so much for coming. So for the innovators, for your presentations, please load them in good time. Load them in good time. The innovators, present your presentations ready for loading. 24 minutes left. Welcome back, welcome back. So we want to start in 10 seconds. Please let's be seated. Asanteni sana. So ladies and gentlemen, we started the keynote remarks. These are our thematic areas. We've had our first presentation. Utilize the menti.com platform for your questions and comments. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, this after break, Isaac Maina, please be on standby, followed by Joseph Kagai, please be on standby, and finally we'll have Nancy Cheruyot. After lunch, so our program is well cut out. 14 minutes to the top of the hour, 12 p.m. But just to get us started, random comments, but we'll do it, you know the drill. Each table, one person get a bottle. Each table, one person, just one person get a table and lift it up. One person just get a table, you get a bottle, lift it up. Just one person, lift that bottle. I want to see it, okay? So this is the drill. So when I say start, you will pass it around as fast as possible. When I say stop, the person who will be holding it will have to stand up. Okay? We're ready? So you pass it as fast as possible, starting now. Pass it round. Give it to the person. Get a hold of it, because I might just say stop. Okay, if you're holding the bottle, stand. Fantastic. Okay, well done. Okay, very quickly. In one word, if we can have another microphone, let's get a mic. One word you've learned. In one word, something you've learned. In one word. Let's just pass the microphone very quickly in one word.
We are here to dream about the possibility.
Well, that's a sentence. One word. What have you learned? One word. What have you learned? Possibility. Okay. We're moving. Just get the microphone.
Brilliance.
Okay.
Alice?
Solutions.
Solutions, okay, you?
Technology.
Technology, uh-huh.
Single iPad.
Single. Okay.
Possibilities.
Possibilities, okay?
Youth empowerment.
Hey, youth empowerment, those are 2 words, my brother.
Innovation.
Innovation, finally.
Precision.
Precision, a big round of applause for all of them. Well done, well done. Thank you so much. Okay, what's your word?
Single iPad.
Okay.
Industry.
Industry, okay, we celebrate you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. We're ready for our first presentation. Oh, you want to try again? Young. Attitude. Attitude, wow, makofi out of Adali. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. Our first presentation. We'll give you 25 minutes. 25 minutes, please prepare, please prepare. A big round of applause to the one and only Isaac Maina. Precision agriculture for sugarcane mapping using remote sensing and machine learning. 25 minutes. Please, if you have any ideas, thoughts, concerns, we'll have it via Menti. Once you're ready, Isaac, your timing will start. 25 minutes. Are you ready? Once you're ready, 25 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning again. My name is Isaac Kamau. I just graduated a week ago from JQuat. I was taking Geospatial Information Science. And I'll be presenting my project by the name Combining Earth Observation Data, Drone Technology for Precision Sugarcane Mapping and Production Optimization in Kenya. So for my introduction, sugarcane is a critical crop for Kenya economy, supporting livelihood and contributing to the agricultural GDP. Sugarcane yield more than 130 billion annually. That's from a site I got from Google. Also, sugarcane is challenged by low soil fertility, lack of precision sugarcane crop type mapping, pest, weeds, insecticide affecting the sugarcane areas, and suboptimal productivities in the sugarcane areas. The kind of technology that I aim to utilize in enhancing sugarcane production, one of them is Sentinel-2 images. These are satellite images which can be used to identify areas in Kenya where sugarcane is being grown. Also, I intend to combine Sentinel-2 images with drone data, which will enhance crop production efficiency, reducing chemical and labor cost, increasing of sugarcane productivity in the areas that sugarcane is grown. For the motivation, I think you can see the images that here. So we were being involved in a study in around Muhoroni area, and when we were going around, we identified that most of the sugarcane areas are infested with weeds. You can see, like, you cannot even differentiate when the sugarcane is quite young between the sugarcane and the weed. So the project aimed to utilize technology to eliminate weed without having human intervention. We'll be using drone technology to eliminate weed. So the image illustrates a common challenge for sugarcane farmers, weed infestation in dense sugarcane field. Manual spraying is very difficult and insufficient due to the thickness and density of the sugarcane. You can imagine someone spraying around in the image. You can imagine someone going around with a sprayer, spraying around. You can imagine how hectic it will be for that person. You can imagine they might even be attacked by animals such as snakes. It's quite hectic. So I think the problem is that sugarcane is very hectic to maneuver around. So the technology that we will use is drone technology, which we may see later. For the objective, the main objective is to enhance sugarcane production efficiency using Sentinel-2 satellite data integrated with drone technology. For the specific objective, one is to map sugarcane distribution using Sentinel-2 multispectral data. The other one is demonstration of drone flight plan to map and spray pesticide in sugarcane areas. I did draw a small methodology of how I intend to do it. The first is acquiring Sentinel-2 images. They are free. You can obtain them from a site. The second one is enhanced image processing or analyzing. So this is basically getting all the images that are within the country of Kenya and analyzing them within a time frame that will be mapped, I will develop to ensure that all places in Kenya which have sugarcane are identified. So the kind of methodology I use is I'll obtain the planting and the harvesting dates of the sugarcane. So I'll develop something known as NDVI, which is normalized difference vegetation index, and EVI, which is enhanced vegetation index, and then the combination of two, I can be able to extract every place in Kenya that has sugarcane. So after that, I identify every place in Kenya that has sugarcane. Is the time that I'll incorporate drone technology for spraying, taking of drone images for analyzing and monitoring of crop health. So I did try to map sugarcane distribution in Kenya, and the counties that I did find, this is not yet conclusive. I used like 50 farms in Kenya. For me to have a very meaningful and accurate data, I need to have like 1,000 farms in Kenya, which I'll use. I'll need to know the planting and the harvesting date in Kenya. So the countries that sugarcane is grown, one of them is Kakamega, Kisumu, Bungoma, Kisii, Migori, Kericho, Homa Bay, Narok County, Nandi, Busia, Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia, Vihiga, Nyamira, and Kwale County. So the ideal thing is that once we identify the places that have sugarcane in Kenya, is the time now we'll come and deploy the drone technology in optimizing and ensuring that we have efficient ways to maximize sugarcane production. So if you see the greener part, those are the places where sugarcane is being grown, and the maroonish part is the sugarcane that is the part that sugarcane is not yet grown. From the map, we can see that sugarcane mainly is grown in the western of Kenya and part of Nyanza belt. But this is not yet conclusive. We also have part of Kwale that sugarcane is being grown. Can only sugarcane be grown in this part? Okay, I think as a country we need to redistribute how sugarcane is being grown. We have areas in Kenya that have the same climatic condition, such as like Nyanza and other part of the country, that we can redistribute the way we grow sugarcane and grow in other parts of the country. Maybe such as maybe the coastal region, sugarcane can also do good. So I think as for the project, we also aim to ensure that we distribute how sugarcane is grown into the coastal region. So this is just a demonstration of a drone flight plan. So this is a farm in Muhoroni. The acreage is around 1.4 acres. So the green line are drone flight. So it takes around 4 minutes to spray a farm in Muhoroni, which has an area of 1.4 acres. You can imagine that. You can imagine what it will take for someone who is doing the spraying manually. So if we incorporate drone technology, it will take us very short time to accomplish a lot of things, such as spraying vast areas in a very short of time, and also saving on pesticides. For the drone application, the kind of areas that I aim to apply, one of them is mapping and surveying of sugarcane fields. Drone provide rapid and accurate mapping capabilities to survey vast sugarcane plantation across region like Nyanza sugarcane belt. Drone also offer high resolution aerial imageries, which can allow farmers to access crop condition, identify problematic areas, and optimize land use ultimately increasing productivity. The next application of drone will be precision farming or precision spraying. A drone offer more efficient and environmentally friendly solution for spraying pesticide, herbicides, and fertilizer application. So by flying closer to the sugarcane field, drone ensure precise and targeted application, minimizing chemical and reducing cost and protecting surrounding ecosystem. So when I say flying closer, drone can be able to fly even up to an altitude of 5 meters. So if we are able to operate drones and fly at an altitude of 5 meters, we can be able to save on cost, and also we can be able to target and make analysis on where the drone will be spraying based on the need of the farm. We can use artificial intelligence and train the drone on where to spray rather than spraying the whole farm, which may not be to its maximum potential. The other application of drone will be crop health monitoring. Drone equipped with multispectral and thermal sensor can assess crop health by detecting soil nutrients deficiency, water stress, pest infestation, and disease outbreak. This real-time data allow farmer to take proactive measures, improving crop quality and reducing crop loss. You can imagine someone having a farm of maybe 30, 50 acres, and the sugarcane are already grown. So applying drone will ensure that that person can be able to know the places where there are problems in the farms and be able to apply a solution in real time. The other one will be predicting harvesting dates and productivity. Drone imagery combined with data analysis can help estimate optimal harvest dates and predict sugarcane yields. This will assist Kenyan farmers to schedule harvesting operations efficiently, minimizing losses and maximizing profit. I think from us, we all know that there is no specific time for harvesting sugarcane. People do harvest sugarcane based on the days they were planted. Most of them do guesswork. So if we use drone technology, we can be able to know exactly the time that farmers will be able to harvest their sugarcane at the peak of the sugarcane, when the sugarcane is at its peak and it has ripened. The other application will be reducing environmental impact. This can be used because of by optimizing chemical usage, drone help mitigate this environmental impact of sugarcane. The other usage, which will be the last one, is overcoming terrain challenges. This basically is due to the thickness of the sugarcane areas. Sugarcane field can be difficult to navigate due to dense growth and uneven terrain. Drone bypass this limitation, providing aerial solution, enhance ground-based operation, such as irrigation monitoring with minimal disturbance on the crop. A drone, unlike human being, drone will not interfere with the sugarcane. You'll be able to fly the drone above the sugarcane, spraying, performing all your analysis on the farm without physically interfering with the sugarcane. So here is a short video showing of how the drone application will be doing. I hope we can be able to see the video. As I had said earlier, it takes drone technology can spray 2,000 acres in a day. So you can imagine if we decide to incorporate this project, maybe all of Mohoroni might even take a single day to spray all the pesticide and herbicides that we need to spray in the sugarcane farms. Once we identify the areas that sugarcane is grown, it will be very easy for us to spray the areas that have the sugarcane. For the conclusion and recommendation, employing drones to monitor sugarcane health, access field condition, provide precise intervention in real time is an advantage to the sugarcane industry. Improving the efficiency of sugarcane production, optimize productivity through data-driven decision. We highly recommend the Sugarcane Directorate to adopt this upcoming technology. Thank you. I think I will welcome the panelists for any question.
All right, so a big round of applause to Bwana Isaac. Thank you so much for your presentation. And definitely we have judges who are also listening keenly, so we want to appreciate. So any questions for Isaac? I can see no questions, but we have an opportunity for you to rate his presentation. So let's have the second page of the rating. Okay, so we're going to rate you. Next page. So very quickly. Then you can give me sound and then close it, please. Close it, please. Hide it. Aha, hide it, okay. All right, so please, this is where you rate. Next question. It's the next one. It's the next one. Next one, please. Yeah, please rate this presentation. You've heard Isaac. Rate it. Exceeding expectations, meeting expectations, approaching expectations, below expectations. Remember, we'll be having an award ceremony. This is the first innovation. But in the meantime, a big round of applause to Isaac Maina. Thank you so much. You may kindly take a seat. Thank you so much. Very quickly, up next, Joseph Kagai. Joseph Kagai, do you have a question? Questions from the judges, okay. All right. So Isaac, back again. Questions and comments from the judges, go ahead. You can see Pamela.
Thank you, Mr. Maina Isaac, for your presentation. Just a few areas of concern, specifically from me, 2 areas. One, I was just concerned about how the content of your presentation is tying up with the heading of the same, because your heading of the presentation is Precision Agriculture for Sugarcane Mapping using remote sensing and machine learning. The question number 2, I like the fact that you are attempting to solve the problem of human intervention in the spraying for weed control, which you mentioned in your presentation. However, looking at the structure of the sugarcane plant and the location of the weeds, which invariably is below the foliage cover, I don't know how you will really target your weeds with the weedicide, particularly if you are spraying from the top, unlike in the conventional way that the person spraying the weeds would usually be able to spray the weeds directly, because the orientation of the nozzle is so close to the weeds coverage to the extent that there is 100% target on the weeds. So just demonstrate to us how you will take care of that particular one. Thank you.
Okay, for the first question,
Yeah, thank you so much for that very full presentation. The question I have is regarding the unintended effects. Have you really considered the effects of the use of drone, especially for the population that are staying near the sugarcane farms? Because as you're aware, the most of the farmers that we have in Western Kenya are small-scale farmers, and some of them even have their farms very near to the sugarcane farms. So have you considered the side effects, so basically the use of the herbicides on the drone, especially on a windy day? And then the second question is with regards to the literacy levels of the farmers. Do they really have the ability basically to use the drones? And then last, if you could also clarify basically we struggled as a judge basically to come up with what is the innovation that you are trying to come up with. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your presentation. My question is, could you clearly outline what your innovation or your concept, which thematic area is it aligning to? Thank you.
I think if the questions are over, the first one was for the title. The reason I changed the title was I noted that once I map the areas that have the sugarcane in Kenya, we need to find a solution and enhance maximum productivity of sugarcane. That's why I incorporated the drones in my title. The next question was concerning the difference between manual spraying and drone spraying. The kind of spraying that we'll do at a low altitude, maybe of even up to 2 or 3 meters. So that will be enhancing maximum productivity or maximum efficiency in spraying of the crops. So it will have even close to 100% or 100% productivity on the crop. The other one is for the farmers. You indicated that drones are quite noisy, and we will, before maybe flying the drones, we will maybe take some weeks and inform the farmers according to the specification and regulation of the Kenya Civil Authority that will be flying drone on a specific day, on a specific time, so that maybe they can plan accordingly. You know, also drone images are quite sensitive. They take high resolution images, so we don't want to also to inconvenience farmers' privacy. The innovation is we don't have a comprehensive map of Kenya showing the places where sugarcane is grown. So we first want to map all the places in Kenya where sugarcane is grown, and then from there we can be able to make very informed decision on the technologies and its application that we need to maximize sugarcane production in Kenya. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. A big round of applause to Isaac. Thank you so much for your presentation. Asante sana. All right, up next, ladies and gentlemen, 20 minutes. Please welcome Joseph Kagai. Antagonistic potential of bacteria from rhizosphere of sugarcane in Kisii County. 20 minutes once you're ready. And please remember, all the presenters and speakers hold the microphone. If you can just, camera. And this is for all the speakers. Camera. So let's just have the camera focus on this microphone. So please hold the microphone up here. You able to see? Yeah, up here. Not here. Up here. And closer to your mouth. If it's far, we can't hear you. Closer. All right? Thank you so much. Over to you. 20 minutes.
Hello. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Kagai Duo, fourth-year student from Moi University. And today I'm here to present my research proposal. I have not yet done it, but it's a research proposal. It's about disease management. And the disease that intend to solve is a disease caused by fungal called Symposium scintaminium. That's a fungal that usually causes sugarcane rust. Symposium scintaminium is a fungal pathogen that affects sugarcane and is responsible for disease known as sugarcane smut. It is classified as one of the main illnesses of sugarcane and can cause a total crop failure in susceptible variety. That's research done by Briseno 205. It usually reduces the yield and quality of sugarcane. Yield losses of up to 38% and 58%. As you can see, those percentages are very high. So it usually affects the production in terms of quantity, and it intends to reduce the quality of sugarcane. So symptom of Symposium scintaminium on sugarcane, you first observe bloating. Bloating is just a kind of band that usually intend to show that the sugarcane is affected by that fungal. The meristematic tissue usually swell and develop into glands or smut balls. You see, when the sugarcane intend to be affected by this, to be infected by this fungal, the vascular bundles, which is part of meristematic tissue, the phloem and xylem tend to be infected, and the process cannot able to perform its function. And in the process, there will be a standard growth of the sugarcane, because sometimes the xylem and the phloem will not able to absorb the water and the nutrients from the soil. So after some times, the sugarcane will start to turn yellow, and in the future you will, after infection, the sugarcane will start wilting and eventually dies. So reducing the production of the, in case of the farmer intended to harvest a certain sugarcane, the productivity will reduce. So that's its effect on the farmer. So here's the photo of sugarcane infected with that fungal. As you can see, the leaves they tend to change in color. Some are yellowish and some are black. So about antagonistic potential, my research intends to find the microbes, the potential microbes in the rhizosphere. The rhizosphere is the part surrounding the roots. So I intend to find that microbes in the soil that is able to antagonize that fungal, the Symposium. No, that Symposium scintaminium, that's fungal. So about antagonistic is that it's a organism that has that ability. It contains some traits, and some of those traits, for example, is they contain inhibitory traits. Some microbes tend to secrete some inhibitory traits. Yeah, that is able to cause the growth of the pathogen to reduce. Many microbial antagonists have been reported against plant fungal pathogens such as Pseudomonas fluorescens, Agrobacterium radiobacter, Bacillus subtilis, B. cereus. So that's the research done on those antagonistic microbes. And actually some of them are bacteria. So microorganisms that grow in the rhizosphere are ideal for use as biocontrol agent. As you can see, the microbe of interest that has that antagonistic potential, it's a kind of a biocontrol agent. Will not, in the future, like on my research, will not use the other methods, like applying some kind of herbicide, something like that, or fungicide. But we use the biocontrol. And it's not a must, it's my antagonistic, it's not a must to be a bacteria. It intends to generalize either bacteria or a fungal that has that ability to antagonize that fungal, the pathogen fungal. That's Symposium. So according to Draw and Seed in 2012, research done in 2012, and 2012, soil microorganism may stimulate, inhibit, or completely suppress growth of soil-borne pathogen. However, knowledge against plant pathogen is lacking, especially for Kenya. Therefore, the use of microbial biocontrol agent against Symposium contaminum would offer an alternative disease management strategy, which is economically feasible, ecologically sound, less time-consuming, and environmentally safe to supplement the existing control method. The objective of this study was to investigate the antagonistic potential of selected microbial isolates from sugarcane variety CO41. So, okay, maybe someone may have a question about why target the sugarcane variety CO41, 421. It's because sugarcane variety CO41, it tends to have some kind of, it's breaking resistant to that pathogen, Symposium contaminum. That's why I intend to target that variety. Recent research done in Kenya under the same research. The recent research was done by CARO, Sugar Research Institute here at Kibos. According to their findings, in vitro, when they done their test in the lab, it was positive. But when they intend to do it in the greenhouse or in the vitro, in the field, their result was somehow, they were negative. They tend okay, their result was somehow negative. Yes, that's it. It was hypothesized that the fungal and bacterial isolate from the rhizosphere of sugarcane variety CO41 had antagonistic potential against Symposium contaminum. That was their hypothesis. So here was their conclusion about their research. In vitro study on potential antagonism revealed that most of the isolated potential antagonists had evident antagonistic activity against the pathogen, Symposium contaminum, that causes smut disease in sugarcane. With regards to dominance and inhibition of the pathogen, mycelial growth on the dual culture plates, presenting them as potential microbiological control agent against the pathogen. Their results were positive in the laboratory. But when done in the field, here were their conclusion. In vivo studies on smut disease control in the greenhouse and microplots revealed that they selected 4 potential antagonists, Trichoderma viride and Trichoderma hazanium, for fungi and Pseudomonas, and unidentified for bacteria failed to effectively control sugarcane smut disease both in the field and greenhouse. Hence may be used as a microbiological control agent against Symposium contaminum. Subject to further study on the best inoculation method, formulation, and ecological fitness in the actual field condition. The control of such pathogen can be challenging, by antagonistic bacteria can play a vital role in biological control strategies. So the objective of this study is to evaluate the antagonistic potential of selected microbial bacteria, isolates from sugarcane rhizosphere, collected from Kisii County against Sporosorium scintaminum. I think someone may ask, why Kisii County? Why not Kisumu or any other county? But in the research done by Caro, SRI, they did it here in Kisumu. But as you all know that, okay, microbes tend to be affected by different climatic conditions. So by me targeting Kisii County, you can compare Kisii County and Kisumu County. They have a different climatic condition. And okay, I intend to obtain a different microbes when I isolate a soil sample collected from Kisii County compared from Kisumu. Rhizosphere bacteria can be influenced by a number of factors, including soil factor. That's one of the factors that may affect rhizosphere bacteria. pH, temperature, and other soil factors can affect the variability of the bacteria community. That's why I intend to find another place, not here in Kisumu, because soil sample collected from Kisii and soil sample collected from here in Kisumu, those are two different soil samples. And the soil sample tend to have different characteristics in terms of pH, temperature, or any other characteristics. Seed origin. The origin of the seed can affect the bacteria diversity in the rhizosphere. So here's my unique procedure on my proposal. In vivo study on smart disease control in the greenhouse will be done by planting sugarcane seeds infected with Sporosorium scintaminum on sterilized soil sample collected from the rhizospheric area where the antagonistic microbes were originally obtained from, and then treated with the antagonistic microbe of interest. So this tend to be different because the research done by Caro, SRI, they used a different soil sample to plant their sugarcane. That soil sample, they intended to target that soil sample that had no, okay, like before the soil sample, the sugarcane was not planted there before. But in my proposal, I use a soil sample that I have isolated my antagonistic microbe. That's the soil which I will use, not a different soil sample, the same soil. Antagonistic microbes will be obtained from Kisii County rather than Kisumu, as was done previously, in order to ensure a diverse range of rhizosphere microbes isolated. So that's it. Thank you for your time. Any question?
Thanks, Joseph, for your presentation. Are you building on another research that has been undertaken, or it's your original idea?
And just a follow-up question. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm really struggling to see the innovation. I see the study, more or less the same study be done by Calro. So my question is, what is the innovation? What is new that you're bringing now to the sugar industry? And what problem are you solving? Thank you.
Okay. First, I think, okay, my research is not unique, but it's the same research done by Caro. But according to their result, their result were negative. That's where, okay, Karo waliweza kufanya research, but zile result ambazo walipata kwa lab walipata ikiwa positive. I beg your pardon for using Kiswahili. Okay. Karo SRI walifanya research, and when they did it, okay, the research was the antagonistic potential of rhizospheric bacteria against Sporothorium scintaminum. But wakati walifanya the test in the laboratory, it was positive. But wakati walienda kufanya in the field, in the greenhouse, na kwa field kwa shamba, their result were negative. They didn't obtain the vile like the same. Okay, walikuwa na wanadhani okay, like result wangepata kwa field ingekuwa the same result walipata kwa lab, but ikakuwa tofauti. So hapo ndo nimepata kunako ka difference. Sasa mimi nika I don't know if I have answered your question. Okay. Okay, my unique siwezi rudia the same research yenye ilifanywa na nikuja ni obtain the same result. So nikakuwa na a different okay, I have a unique way of doing those things. So like nikaamua mbona like wao walitumia the same soil sample. Ile soil sample walifanya to do their test, walitumia soil sample ambayo hawaku obtain their microbes hapo. Ile soil sample haikuwa, hakuna sugarcane imeipanda kwa hiyo soil sample. So my research nika decide I use the same soil sample ile ambayo nili isolate my rhizospheric bacteria. Hiyo soil sample ndo nitatumia. So that's one of the unique idea yenye nitatumia. And another one ni ati saizi na intend find a different area ambayo ni Kisii County, not in Kisumu. The reason mbona nikachagua Kisii, it's because microbes tend to thrive different or to survive different according to different in climatic condition, the soil type, pH, temperature, all those factors. So my intent, okay, my research naona kama nita obtain a different microbe of interest compared na ile ilifanyika hapa Kisumu. So that's why I'm using a different place, not and the process nitaweza ku obtain a different result compared na ile ilifanyika hapa Karo. Hiyo ilifanyika hapa Kisumu. Okay, I think I have answered the question. If there is any other question, I can still answer.
Mine is not a question.
Okay.
But I just wanted to make a comment on your presentation. Now, I just wanted to request that when you are presenting, you simplify for us to understand. I have my chairman here, Mr. Wekesa. I have Mr. William here, my chairman. I don't think that I have understood what you have presented well. Just the same way like now, Professor Ngawa here, when he was presenting, we were understanding. And also Mr. Maina, when he presented, it was very perfect. So your presentation is so good, but when you are answering the questions which the members are raising, maybe you try simplify for the purposes of the language, and the language is to make people to understand. Thank you.
Hello. You use an example of CEO 421 variety cane. I would suggest you go for varieties that are now more current. Recently, we had some people who came from India, a research station called in Coimbatore. CEO stands for Coimbatore, just like our case up here has got a name. Now, they told us that CO 41 is now in the archives. It was 80 years out of date, so it's not recommended to be used anywhere.
Eh? Bwana Joseph, umesikia?
Okay, nimesikia.
Yeah, but a big round of applause to Joseph. Thank you so much. Now, just a moment. As you rate Joseph, I'd kindly request, let's just be upstanding. You know, these are innovators. They're saying, hey, we are not focusing on the challenges, the problems. We're focusing on solutions. So makofi out for that. Let's all be upstanding. We're celebrating all the... Just stand, just stand, just stand. We honor you. You are the future, the social capital we have. Asante sana. You may now kindly take your seats. As an innovator, we've been told, let's communicate in a way that people can understand. Okay? Na si lazima uzungumze Kiingereza. Kama ni Kiswahili unaelewa vizuri, tuzungumzie, bora tumeelewa. Ama vipi, sio? Bas, tuzungumzie. But we're here to celebrate you because we appreciate the investment that you've made. Asante. Kuna quick comment, 1 minute please. Quick comment. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. The disease SMART is a problem on the cane fields. I really appreciate the presenter is still young, but it would be prudent if this forum could get a solution on that. Because SMART, as we speak, and the other gentleman has said, CO 421 is in the archives. But even if we leave this place without an answer on the issue of addressing SMART, then we shall not have gotten what we wanted to get. Thank you.
All right. Asante sana. We need to leave here with solutions, practical solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, 35 minutes past the hour. Let's have the sound ready to invite our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. She was here earlier, even in the morning, and she's now ready to speak to us. Please welcome.
She is a trailblazing leader who is redefining the future of agriculture and trade through affordable credit and market linkages for farmers and traders. With over a decade of strategic leadership, she combines practical expertise with academic excellence. Fluent in French, a certified mediator, and an expert in public policy, her dynamic skills empower her to navigate and transform markets at regional and global levels. Please welcome the Managing Trustee and CEO of the Commodities Fund Kenya, Nancy Cheruyot.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Mwakazi, for the introduction. I almost said I wanted to meet that person, then I realized it's me. Thank you so much. Really, my presentation is brief. I have about just 5 slides, but it is for me more of throwing a spanner into the works and looking at the today's conference or the symposium. We are looking at the sugar industry innovation. So if you have heard, I am the managing trustee of Commodities Fund. Now, for those who do not know who Commodities Fund is, we are an agency of government that we were set up to provide accessible and affordable financing to the crop subsector. So, what do we support at the moment? And this is just for the background. This is not the main thing today. Just to know who we are. We are in the sugar industry, we are in the coffee, we are in coconut, we are in cashew nut, and we are in bananas. For those of us who have been in sugar for long, more than 10 years, we are a successor of the Sugar Development Fund. Okay, so now, when we talk about youth innovation and in the sugar industry, I want to echo what the earlier presenters talked about. We are, as a country, we are stuck in the very old methods. We are so stuck, we don't want to move. So if we are looking at innovation, we want to look at the whole value chain approach right from the bottom, from the production level. And for me, I'm looking at innovation in terms of even ensuring that the youth will also access financing. So I'll very much lean towards the financing. And a very big thumbs up for the young man who presented the paper just now. I think for most of us who are not in the scientific field, we didn't understand much. But for the scientists in the house, I know you had a field day. And we want to encourage more and more young people doing such research. So, but for me, allow me to talk about innovation towards having the young generation accessing financing in the sector as well. We all know, for those who have borrowed from the bank or wherever, the requirements are very stringent. And for commodities fund, we are not much different. We will require, are you a sugarcane farmer? How many acreage do you have? How much do you need? And then we calculate basing on how much you are asking. Then we want to see how you are going to pay. Remember, sugar takes 24 months, isn't it, in this region? But before 24 months, how are you paying? We want a demonstration that you are able to repay that loan as you wait for to harvest. We also look at what is the security you are giving us. And in Kenya, mostly it would be that land. But unfortunately, even the people who have land, they might not have the title. Isn't that true? So we tend to close people out because of that. Now, what about the youth? Most youth, yes, they know this is my father's land, but they don't have a title to that land. And so most of the time, the fathers are not very comfortable to allow their sons to use the land as a collateral. So when we look at, before we get there, what are some of the innovations we are looking at? From the farm level innovation, we are looking at maybe innovations in terms of irrigation. Right now, majority in Kenya, we depend on God to irrigate our farms. Isn't that true? So if God decides this year I'm not irrigating, then we have a drought and our crops fail. So what are we doing to innovate along irrigation, where we do precise irrigation like drip irrigation? And this has been seen. There is one player in Kwale County, the Kwale Sugar, they use drip irrigation. And the beauty with drip irrigation is you can also fertigate through the drip. So we're looking at innovations around leasing. The youth, if you can't, if you don't have a title to a land, can you lease? If you don't have land, you don't have to buy. Can you lease? What are we doing even in government from policy view to legalize leasing so that a young person can register legally a lease and is able to use the land to do production. Then we have organic fertilizers. The world currently is looking at environmental preservation and taking care of environment. What are the innovations? Like the young person who did a scientific study, where are studies, young people from college, showing us other types of organic fertilizers, inputs, herbicides, everything else that cannot harm the soil, but will give us a very high yield. We're looking at innovations around small farming implements. The professor in the morning talked about young people don't want to go to agriculture. Even me, I didn't want to go to agriculture. When I got to Form 2, when they were choosing subjects, I stayed very, very far away from agriculture. Unfortunately, I found myself in agriculture. Why? Because when you think of agriculture, what do you think about as a young person? you think of a jembe, isn't it? A jembe in the sun. Who wants to do that? So what about innovating and coming up with small implements? And we all access to internet now. I see a lot of implements coming out of China, out of India. What have we done in Kenya to innovate and come up with such implements, which we can sell to farmers? Because if I have a small tractor like the one I saw somewhere in internet, a very nice, cute little tractor, I'll go to farming any day. So long as I don't have to kuinama ukiinuka kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni. But imagine if you had that little tractor, it doesn't consume a lot of maybe fuel. Nobody will be running away from agriculture, because that young man knows if I till in the morning, in the afternoon, I'm done with my farm, I can go and do something else. So we need innovations in coming up with our own inborn machines, implements that can be used in the farm. The ones for weeding, even harvesting. Right now, you either use a panga to harvest, cane, or there is the big machine. What about the in-between? What can we do if I'm a 3-acre farmer? A 3-acre farmer, I cannot bring the big machine to harvest my cane. And yet cutting with a panga is also very tired. Can't we innovate something in between, a kind of machine that can make my work easier? So those are some of the innovations at the farm level. Then we come to the cottage industries. What are some of the innovations that we can, instead of maybe selling my cane to the big factories, can I also add value? Can I come with jaggery, sweets? What about the bagasse? I saw one of the sugar factories here in the country. They have a mountain of bagasse rotting away. What are the innovations that we can tap into these bagasse? And remember, in Kenya we import a lot of bags. We import bags for coffee, we import bags for everything, even for the sugar that they sell to us in the market. Can't we innovate around using the bagasse for coming up with biodegradable, environmental friendly packaging materials and so forth? Then we have come up to manufacturing now. Right now, most of the manufacturing machines in our sugar industries come from abroad. They mostly from India, I don't know. Where are our own machines? So that we are always saying, oh, it is expensive, oh, government should, levies and taxes. Can't we come with our own homegrown? Because these machines we import from India, for instance, they are homegrown for India. They develop them in India to adapt to their needs. What is those innovations that we have developed locally? Today, for example, let me use a simple example of a tractor. If there is a tractor to be imported at 5 million shillings, and a local made tractor at the same 5 million shillings, believe me, I would rather buy the local made. Because I'll be able to go back and say, no, you need to adjust this and you adjust this. And I saw this in Brazil, where they do a lot of coffee machinery, where we import also, as a country, we import a lot of coffee machinery from Brazil, because they perfected the art. What happens there is, it's homegrown, it's people came together and set up a company to manufacture, and they use their farmers. They give them the machines, use what is the feedback. They say, change this, upgrade this, design this, and you work with farmers and come up with the machinery you need. We need the same in Kenya. If we are going to move to the current century in the farming industry, we need to have our own machines, inborn, the ones that we create. Now, what happens when we innovate along the value chain? All this equals to creation of employment. We have a multiplier effect. If I'm going to set up, I'm going to come up with a new machinery that can maybe used in the factory. Imagine the number of people you are going to employ to be able to manufacture enough machinery to supply to everyone, and even outside the country. So having said that, what are those constraints that affect the youth? Why are the youth not in farming? And it's not just even sugar alone. Apart from being lazy like myself, I hate standing in the sun and digging manually. There are factors of production that the youth are left out of it. For instance, land. The land ownership laws in Kenya, land tenure and policies. It's actually not just the youth, even the women are closed out. We come from a society where everything belongs to the man. So you find the land ownership even in the family belongs to the father, and these fathers know that one time they are going to subdivide their land to their sons, but letting go. And this, I don't know, it is Kenyan thing or actually African thing. This was when you muko hapa, you never let go of your shamba. And that is the truth. And you want us to wait for you until you are dead. Well, Gen Zs are coming. They are not going to wait. If you are not going to die, we will make you die. Yes, because we need to use the land. So the fact that you are holding on to, if your son is 20 years old, 24 and he has cleared university, tell him, my son, come, here is your share, here is your title. Please use the land, and they'll be able to be productive. But how many fathers here, even the ones who are very literate, the professors in the house, wangapi have given their sons their portions? And you expect them to go into agriculture. And when they come to Nancy Cheruiyot for a loan, all I want is a title in his name, because he's asking a loan in his name. So we have an issue. Until we deal with the land policy issue in Kenya, the land tenure system, the cultural factor, until we deal with this, we will come back 10 years doing another conference, and we'll talk about the issue, that the you don't have title, the you don't have land. So that is one issue. And I talked earlier about leasing. So the innovation around here is we need to come up with real watertight policies to allow leasing as a way to acquire land to use. In Commodities Fund, now we have made it as part of the requirements that is acceptable. If you come with a registered lease, it's well registered, we will give you a loan. We no longer say you must own the land or something like that, so long as it's a registered lease. Then we have the issue of capital. In capital, we have two barriers. We have the cost of capital. Most banks, is it 18% now or 20%? Is there out, right? The rate, interest rate. So that, not just the youth, even somebody who is employed, you will find it very, very expensive to take such a loan. Of course, a fund like us, which is government, we are highly subsidized, but the challenge is we don't have enough of those funds. I'm very happy that the levy will be coming back. Probably then we'll have additional resources to be able to lend. So cost of capital, then we have to access to that capital, as I said, in the government funds, even the WESO fund, the youth fund, the women fund, when you come to commodities fund, there are various funds, but the sufficiency of those funds is not there. So to access them, because we want to screen to be able, because the amounts are low, we tend to put in a lot of requirements, and so access becomes an issue. Then another factor of production that will hinder the youth is the cost of labor, the labor. Most of the time, with our neighbors, Uganda, we grow maize, they grow maize, their maize is cheaper, our maize is expensive. Why? One of the reasons is their labor. I've had a chance to work in Uganda, and the labor is very, very cheap. Very, very, very cheap. So when you factor in that, then you find that our youth will not be able to afford the labor. And remember, the youth don't want to dig with their own bodies. And nowadays, getting labor also is another, even access to that labor. It's very hard to find labor, and that it brings us back to mechanization and coming up with implements that can help us make our work easy in the farm. So which way then? So now, having known those barriers, what should we do? Because we are told today we have to provide solutions. How do we make it easier for youth to be in the sugar sector. And when the prof was presenting, he talked about our education, and I couldn't agree more. What does our curriculum say about agriculture? It's very, very true. Prof said when he was growing up, if he made a mistake, a punishment was to go to the school farm. And for me, I didn't like the fact that I'll have to, because agriculture students, you are given a small plot in school. Your own sukuma wiki and all that. Now I didn't like that at all. I'm running from digging at home and then I come and dig at school. So that is how the policy has been. I mean, the curriculum has been set. We need to find a way of overhauling that, the whole educational system, so that agriculture is made attractive to the youth, to the children, even at nursery school. And this one is not something that can be done overnight. It's something that needs to be overhauled right from the kindergarten up to the university. The Bukura School of, is it Bukura School of Agriculture? Recently, they started sending their students for internship in Europe. That is one way of innovating. And all of a sudden, when they did the first batch, now they don't have enough spaces because everybody wants to do agriculture. What other innovative ways can we do? How do we make agriculture attractive? What other products or value can we derive from the sugar crop, apart from the sugar? I talked about the bagasse. I talked about, there is ethanol. There is the one that we use for dairy cattle, what do we call it? Molasses. How do we innovate and come up with more and more products so that the youth, you don't have, kama mzee amekataa na hiyo title, you don't have to do that. Look at other things, what can I do? Go to that factory that I talked about that I'm not going to mention, the mountain, and tell them, look, you know they are looking, they are wondering how they are going to dispose the waste, which is bagasse. They can still pay you to dispose, but you are not disposing, you are taking it to your factory. And you come up with different things that you can use it. In the financing bit, we also need to innovate and come up with new ways to securitize credit. So we don't ask you for that land title. Recently, we have added warehouse receipting as one of the security. If you have a warehouse receipt, you can come for a loan, you don't need land anymore. Contract lending model, where you can come together as a group, form a cooperative, and then work with an off-taker, a manufacturer, who will say, who you sign a contract, maybe you say for the next 5 years, you give us this amount of cane, and we will pay this per ton. If you have such a contract and come with us with a contract, we'll be able to finance you. And we work in a tripartite arrangement with the off-taker, the group or the cooperative, and ourselves, and we agree and say, look, is this contract genuine? Do you have this contract with these farmers? They say yes. So we say, fine, we are giving them this amount of money. Please, when they supply the cane, deduct and give it back to us. And this has been working very well in other value chains like coffee and the rest. In fact, in coffee, we even have now what we call direct settlement system, where once you deliver your coffee for sale at the Nairobi Coffee Exchange, then the Nairobi Coffee Exchange will deduct the amount you owe us. So you don't need any title deal anymore. Just show us that you are selling your coffee through Nairobi Coffee Exchange. And that is what we want to replicate in other value chains. So we have to innovate and see ways where we can also enable the youth and even women to be in the crop subsector. I talked about local production of machines needed in the sugar industry. I would want to see youth competing every year, that they've come up with this machine. that can now, you know, we have the big machine that harvests cane. How about surprising us with a small lighter weight machine one day and say we have a machine now that can be operated by one person and it can, you know, cut and doesn't use fuel, you know, things like that. Or come up with a machine that can weed through the cane without you getting inside. You know, you can just use a drone and it is driving it between the rows of cane. Come up with something, coming up with innovations around mechanization. I talked about also having a deliberate investment, being very deliberate. And I was sharing with somebody during break that there should be a special fund targeting, you know, bankable investments. They like that, the ones we see in TV where you go and present your project and say, this is the project I have, can I have, I need support, I've tested this, this is the market. I mean, there's a potential to generate this much, and this is the much I need. And maybe government and public sector can come together and come up with such a fund that can now bring in the youth fresh from colleges, where you come and design your project, maybe a sugar project, or you know, a project that value adds the sugar in your village. Say in my village, farmers are suffering, but I can buy this cane and come up with this product and I'll be able to pay better prices. So those are the things that we should be looking at in innovation. And maybe with the incoming of, you know, the return of the levy, sugar levy, this is one of the things that we need to look at it from a policy perspective and say, can we form a fund that can be called an innovation fund, a fund that if you have a new thing that can help the market, can help the value chain, improve the value chain or improve the farmers in the value chain, then you can be supported to develop the idea. So last but not least, supportive policies. We can talk about all this, but if we don't have policy that supports innovation, then we are getting nowhere. So all this, as we innovate, we need to relook at the policies that govern agriculture, govern sugar industry, and say, which ones are supporting innovation? Like the just signed into law, the Act, Sugar Act. Can we study it and see whether it supports innovation? And if it's not supporting innovation, what can be done to ensure that innovation is given priority? Because if we don't do that, we'll continue doing the same things the same way, expecting different results, which is not possible. So we need to look at C and be very brave to go into uncharted territories and say, look, this is how we need to do things, and come up with policies that will ensure the innovation in the sector is supported. So having said that, that is my take. I want to throw some spanner to works. In this room, we have people of different generations. From the older generation, the farmers who have been doing cane, or the processors, you've done cane over 20 years. Surely you should have ideas of what needs to be changed, because you have been in it for longer. What is that can be changed to make it better? And for the young people, what will it take you to go into the sector? What is that you would need? Whether it is in terms of financing, in terms of access, in terms of coming up with innovation, so that you don't just look at being employed, as somebody has said, but being also employable. There is a lot of opportunities in the information technology. It's changing every day. What is that you can do with AI? What is that you can do with software that can give you business along the value chain? You don't have to be the farmer. You don't have to be the processor. Even coming up with a new marketing way can be your innovation, and you can sell that marketing way to the processors, to the manufacturers of sugar. So there are a lot of opportunities, and ladies and gentlemen, that makes end to my presentation. Thank you.
Would you like to take a question or two? There's some questions very quickly. So let's have, these are random questions. Okay, let's have that. How does your innovation, this was more for the innovation. How does your innovation mitigate lack of networking, knowledge and link to this fund, which limits youth entrepreneurship due to high value market? Oh, you'd want to, Etiang, you're the one who wrote that. Please clarify.
Well, that is not my point. My question to Nancy.
Yes.
Madam, thank you so much. For the last about 9 years since the de facto of Kenya Sugar Board, I'm glad and very happy that finally we met with you once again. Initially, the sugar sector used to thrive when we used to have the Sugar Development Fund. When Sugar Board collapsed and we went under AFA, you took over the running of funds under Commodity Fund, Madam. We borrowed money through collaterals. And through these collaterals, the system failed the farmer. Like, I'm Charles Atiang by name. I'm the chairman of Kenya Association of Sugarcane and Allied Products. I'm a sugarcane farmer in Chemelil. Madam Christine, I want to tell you that for the period of your tenure, the sugar industry collapsed. Why? The terms and conditions that you placed for us to get loans to develop cane, most of sugarcane farmers, small scale and large scale farmers, were not able to meet those thresholds. Instead, we made a lot of proposals to you that why there were several reasons why loans were not being repaid. One, there would have been total failure of crop because of climate. Two, there were issues of inefficiency by the millers. Three, there were millers who recovered the money, but they were not able to remit. When we came to you for purpose of talk so that how do we repay the loan, Madam, as much as we have existed, you still remain there. Please, the issue is about refinancing, which your office failed to date. As much as we have existed, please, once you are still there, the commodity fund will not achieve its objective. As you stand there, you said agriculture was not your choice, but you are there by chance. Please consider refinancing. Without refinancing, there is no way, even the youth, how will the youth come in? If there was a total failure by weather, you were to have reconsidered refinancing us, which you failed. Instead, you threatened us with several letters on CRB and the rest. So my concern, Madam, is that as much as you continue to be there, agriculture, like sugar sector, people are saying sugarcane farming is a poor man crop. Why? Because of governance. Poor governance. Parents who are here, they took their children to school. Most of them have degrees. There was job loss in all the companies. For example, I give you Chema Sugar Company during the tenure of Buka, Sony and Mumias. Agriculture growers department alone, we used to do the block farming, which actually even everything was done commercially. Things were done very well. It was very robustic, and Chema Sugar Company used to give even intensive to a student who are doing agriculture in colleges. Today, you go to Chema Sugar Company, the outgrowers department have skeleton staff of less than 10. Sony the same, Mumias even went down. So as you continue there, Madam, agriculture is the backbone of this country. I thank His Excellency the President that now we have the new act. We need to involve the youth. How do we involve the youth? If there is unemployment, the issue is about the governance. Madam, consider refinancing for the purpose of loan recovery so that we are able to move forward. Thank you. God bless you.
Wow. Etiang, thank you so much for your comments. Because of time, please respond to that as we close. Over to you, Madam Nancy.
I saw somebody put up his hand. Is it related to that?
Okay. Okay. Good. One question, 1 minute. One question, 1 minute. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Madam, nasema lazima tueleze wewe vitu mahali unaweza kuchange. Deduction of loan. Sugar, tuna plant sugar cane, tuna harvest 3 times. Your loan, wanna deduct all that loan yote kwa plant crop, leaving a farmer without money to maintain plot. Can you change that protocol? Thank you.
Oh yeah, Asante. Thank you. Well done. 1 minute, one question.
Okay. Thank you so much. I wanted to go on record. My name, I'm Christopher Sifuna. I'm the chairman of KESGA. I have one addition on what Madam Nancy has just said on the issue of changing the education system in the country so that it goes towards agriculture-oriented kind of profession. I would want to add there that let agriculture be mandatory or a compulsory subject. I remember the days of Nyayo. All those joining universities were to go through the NYS. I say this, madam, because some of us parents create comfort zones for our children. They hardly hold a djembe, and they go like that up to the end. By them having agriculture compulsory in schools, then these children who are in comfort zones will definitely hold a djembe. Number 2, I wanted to go on record that there is a lot of appreciation from me and from my members. There is a saying that don't kill. If you want to go to heaven, don't kill. But find a way of reviving it. Which madam did. I represent outgrow institutions. I've been in her office several times. Were it not for her, the outgrow institutions as we speak now could be in a very bad shape. So I really appreciate on behalf of my colleagues that what you did to us is a plus. It shows clearly that the mothers have a sympathy heart. Thank you.
Wow. Over to you, Nancy. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I would want to start with a question which I did not understand. The one for mitigating, innovation mitigating against networking. I don't know if we can recast the question. I'll try to answer. How do your innovation mitigate lack of networking, knowledge, and link to this fund, which limits youth entrepreneurship due to high value market? Okay, number 1, I don't understand what you mean by high value market, but I would want to try and answer the much I understand. Then later, if there is anything you want to clarify, you can ask. Innovation, lack of networking, knowledge, and link to the fund. I think I highlighted very well what we have done as a fund and remove the requirement of you having to produce land as a security by coming up with different methods of collateral. For instance, I talked about being into a group and having contract farming, contracts with a manufacturer who will stand on your behalf and say, yes, I have a contract with this person, and that becomes your security. We do a tripartite agreement that I'll give you the loan. Once you supply, they'll deduct. And this has been happening with sugar factories for cane development. They take the loan on the behalf of the farmers and get the inputs and everything. Another thing is I talked about if you can lease land, it doesn't have to be yours. We can give you a loan even if the land you're using is leased. So again, that is some of the way we are trying to break the barriers for access to the fund. So that bit is the much I understood on that question, but maybe you can redo later. So I want to answer the question about refinancing and when we took over, the sugar industry collapsed. I think that is not true. I'm going to spell very briefly why the sugar industry collapsed. Number one, you need to know that when we took over SDF, the levies stopped. Did you know that? The levies are not there. Secondly, we did not move to commodities fund with SDF with any cash, zero. All the funds that had been collected at levies remained with AFA. So what we got was a loan book with a list of people and the loans. And that is why I was so hard on you, because I need to collect that money so that when you come tomorrow, you borrow. What else would you borrow? What would you borrow? I don't have levy. I don't have any cash reserves. It is the money you hold. Unfortunately, the outgrow institutions hold over 2.4 billion. True or false? The outgrow institution wanting me to refinance already owed me 300 and something million. You go and check what they are doing, there is no way they are going to repay that loan. In finance, you cannot throw good money after bad money. That is bad manners. And as a financial person, I don't do that. And for those who worked with me, I showed them different ways. One, for instance, I told others, if you keep your account active, even whatever you are able to pay, it makes better sense when you apply for a loan. But you cannot stay not paying even when the levies were there. I inherited your loan books, which were in arrears already. But you want me to give you money so that you can pay. No, 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 no. Nobody on this earth, even your own father, cannot do that. Ukikula school fees mara ya kwanza, hakuna ingine, hiyo ingine utajitafutia, si ni ukweli? So we cannot blame the fund because of the problems at outgrow institutions. Some of the outgrow institutions mismanage the outgrow completely. We have evidence of some who took money, the officials. Yes, so hiyo ni ukweli. So we don't want to go into that one today. Today was about innovation. If you have any issue, come to us the way we talked with Busolo, tuka-agree, tukaona shida iko hapa, tukajaribu kutatua. But you cannot use blankets and say the sugar sector collapsed because commodities fund took over. No. The sugar sector collapsed because of mismanagement of the sugar factories, mismanagement of outgrow institutions, and mismanagement of even Mumia sugar. In fact, we found Mumia sugar already collapsed, so it has nothing to do with us. In fact, most of all these had collapsed already. So it cannot be blamed on us. So having said that, I hope as levy comes back, you as outgrow institutions will strive to do the right thing. You will strive to manage those outgrow institutions prudently. But remember, as long as your books still hold those loans, and I've been doing it personally, trying to have them written off, even getting access to that loan, whether it is commodities fund or the new sugar board, things have changed. You will not get a loan before paying the old loan. Even the government, Muhoroni Sugar, Chemelil ask them. They cannot get a loan from us because the laws, the policies given to us by National Treasury, who owns us, says you have to give a loan, quality loan, to the person who has repaid the loan. So refinancing has its own criteria. I can only refinance you if you can show that really it was not your fault that you did not pay. For instance, there was a drought or somebody burnt your farm or something like that. But you cannot stay not planning not to repay, then after 3 years say, oh, you have to refinance us. No, it doesn't work like that in finance. And I know when I talk like that, I'm not very popular. But even when you go to another institution, that is why you still come back. Because nobody is going, if it was that easy, you would have the money elsewhere, isn't it? But you cannot take money, misuse, and then expect to come and get that money. And there is something in the sugar industry that farmers don't understand. You keep saying it is our money. No, it is Kenya's money. Because that levy is consumer levy. When I buy sugar, whether I grow it or not, I pay that levy. So it's not your money. No, 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 no. It's Kenyan money. and it has to be repaid. So tafadhali, when you have a facility like this, tuchunge sana, because we need it tomorrow, we need it to grow so that it can support us as we expand. I think having said that, I've basically maybe answered most of them. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. A big round of applause, please. Asante sana, Madam Nancy. Thank you so much. Wow. 18 minutes past the hour. We want to say thank you so much for your time. Quick announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Quick announcement. Where we took our breakfast from, our tea break, you saw tents. That's not a different event. It is part of the symposium. This is where you can ask questions, see the innovation. So after lunch, take your lunch very quickly, go there, check what is there, ask questions, learn. Our timer is ready. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, in the afternoon, 2 p.m., we kick off with innovations, 3 innovations in the afternoon so that we end in good time. Kisumu weather is welcoming us. We want to end in good time so that you can check out Kisumu if it's your first time, which I doubt. But hey, there are great things in Kisumu. In the meantime, remember the exhibition spot ready for you immediately after lunch. As you leave, we will have vouchers. You'll be given vouchers. We have a spot at the restaurant and at the pool side. Restaurant, main restaurant, and the pool side. Get your voucher. Get your voucher, get your voucher. Our timer is set. Let's have it rolling. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Let's meet at 2 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming. I doubt whether they would want to be part of it. This morning we heard from Isaac. Thank you so much, Isaac. We also heard from Joseph. And certainly we have more innovation presentations to be heard this afternoon. So please brace yourselves as we kick off. Just a general recap. We started off with the official opening today by the chairman, Kenya Sugar Board, Honorable Engineer Nicholas Gumbo. The opening remarks from the CEO. Our thematic areas. Prof, thank you so much for the presentation, and the panelists as well. Immediately after that, we kicked off with the first innovation presentation. Isaac Maina, thank you. Then Joseph Kagai. This afternoon, Javan Joshua, are you here? Javan Joshua, get ready. Evan Suter, are you here? And finally, Veronica Alo. Okay. So welcome, Javan. Please be on standby. Please be on standby, Javan, your presentation. Welcome, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. So ladies and gentlemen, for the innovators, please listen in. What are the guidelines? What are the judges looking for? How can you make sure that you position yourself as a champion and as a winner? It's time. So listen keenly. I'd kindly call upon one of the members of the judging panel. A big round of applause to the judging panel. Please come forward and give us the guidelines so that we are ready to engage. The judging panel, are you ready? Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you so much. We're kicking off with the guidelines for the innovators. Listen keenly so that when you get your chance to present, you know exactly what the judges are looking for. All right. Aha. All right. Karibu sana. So for all the innovators, please be well guided.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gabriel Odipo, representing the judging team. We just want to make a few clarification so that when the innovators come for their presentations, they would be able to know which areas need emphasis so as to be well understood, because some of the innovators in the earlier presentations somehow did not bring out certain parts well, and therefore we thought it wise to give you a guideline on the areas that we are looking at in the evaluation of this course for the competition. Number one, innovation and creativity. It carries a total of 30 out of 100 points. We are looking for originality and uniqueness of the idea or approach. Under the same innovation and creativity, we are looking at creativity in addressing challenges or presenting solutions. Under the same, we are also looking for novelty and potential impact of your idea on the sugar industry. The other area we are looking at is relevance to thematic area. The thematic areas are already given out in the website, and when you are submitting your paper, you are submitting it within a certain thematic area. So the relevance will be judged with the following focus: alignment with the chosen thematic area. So kindly, when you come, just briefly indicate which thematic area your presentation is focusing on or falling in. Then clear demonstration of how the innovation addresses issues in the sugar industry. The other area is feasibility and practicality, which carries a total of 20 marks. In this area, we need you to demonstrate practical implementation of the innovation or the concept. Demonstrate consideration of economic, technological, and operational feasibility. Then demonstrate realistic and achievable outcomes within the industry context so that it appears a practical innovation and an idea. Second last, we will also be looking at impact and sustainability, which equally carries 20 marks. Under impact, we need to get the potential positive impact on the sugar industry, consideration of long-term sustainability and environmental aspects, then contribution to economic, social, or environmental sustainability. Last, we need to look at the visual and oral presentation. Kindly try to be as clear as possible in your presentation. And then the clarity and effectiveness of the presentation, smooth presentation with appropriate use of images and graphic professional language which you need to use. Kindly mind communication skills, which include appropriate pace for audience, understanding, including articulation and audience engagement. And please note that when the audience asks you some questions, your ability to respond to those questions effectively will also be an added advantage. As for language, we expect that the paper will be written in an understandable language which can be related and you are allowed, maybe in some interjections, to use a language which you think that can relay the idea as much as well as possible, but which is acceptable with the audience, the ambience, and the conditions in which we are now. Thank you very much for listening to me.
All right, big round of applause to the panel of judges. The guidelines are clear. Asante sana. Let's try it one more time, but this time round, let's be upstanding. Everybody, let's just be upstanding. Let's just be upstanding. Thank you so much. All right, upstanding everybody, upstanding everybody. Okay, one person, get a bottle, get a bottle. One person, one person, one person. Get a bottle, get a bottle, get a bottle. So you know the drill. We roll it as fast as possible. Okay, once we say start. Okay, so get one bottle, everybody. Just put up a hand. Let's see, one bottle. Okay, 3, 2, and 1. Take it round, take it round, take it round, take it round. If you remain with the bottle, once I say, stop. Come on, stop. If you remain with the bottle, stand. The rest can sit down. The rest can sit down. The rest, please stand very quickly. All right. This one is simple. In one word, describe who you are. One word.
Economist.
Economist. Wow, makofi yake tafadhali. One word, describe yourself.
Extensionist.
What?
Extensionist.
Oh, extensionist. Okay. One word, describe yourself.
Research scientist. Research scientist.
Those are 2 words.
Scientist.
Scientist. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Economist.
Economist. Next.
Farmer.
Farmer. Next.
Innovator.
Innovator. Fantastic. Next.
Researcher.
Researcher. Next.
Farmer.
Farmer.
Financial.
Financial.
Technovet. Technovet.
Technovator. Fantastic.
Optimist.
Optimist. Makofi yao tafadhali. Let me come to you. Yeah. What about you?
I'm a scientist. Scientist.
Scientist. Makofi yake tafadhali. 2 more.
Entomologist.
Entomologist. Wow.
Educator.
Educator. And finally,
Innovator.
Innovator. Makofi yao tafadhali. Well done, well done, well done. Asante sana. For the next 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, 20 minutes. Innovators, be ready, be on standby. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause to Javan Joshua. Innovation Presentation 3, Design of a Sugarcane Planter Mounted on a Tractor. 20 minutes. Over to you, Javan.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Yeah, so my name is Javan Joshua Yeko. I am a 5th-year student at the University of Nairobi, pursuing Biosystems Engineering, and I'm going to take us through the design of a sugarcane planter mounted on a tractor. Yeah, so the first question is, why do we need to innovate a sugarcane planter? Is there a need for a sugarcane planter? Yes, there is a need for a sugarcane planter. What are some of the things that the sugarcane planter is going to help us with? Number 1, efficiency and speed. And then number 2, uniformity of sugarcane planting. Yeah, and then there is reduction in wastage through precise cutting mechanism. And then the next point, higher yields by improving the crop stand quality and thus increasing the yield potential. And then, of course, there is the improved worker safety and the cost effectiveness in large-scale production. So what are some of the limitations of the conventional sugarcane planting? We realize that in our today methods of planting, there is a lot of hectic work, the labor is kind of intensive, and it is also time consuming, and there is inefficient seed use. And also, for example, the high physical strain, you realize that planting of sugarcane manually engages a lot of work. It requires somebody to dig up the furrows. It requires somebody to cut the sugarcane into sizable sets, and all that can make someone get tired. So we need something that can make our work easier, because right now we're in a modern world. So what are some of the design objectives of the planter? The main objective is to design a sugarcane planter that integrates a fertilizer application mechanism. And then some of the specific objectives is the efficient planting. We want to know the effective field capacity of the planter, and then the fertilizer integration, the incorporation of sensors in the fertilizer to allow for precise use of fertilizer, and also environmental sustainability by avoiding overuse of fertilizers. So the next point is a case study of the sugarcane planter. What was the motivation behind this project? What was the inspiration behind this project? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take you back to 2019 when I had just finished my Form 4, and I went back home, and my grandmother was there at home, and she gave me a piece of land, and she told me that now you have a man, you have to man up, and you have to do some of the things that men do. So the first thing that I planted was sugarcane. Why did I plant sugarcane? I planted sugarcane because that was the main source of livelihood for the people, especially in my area. I come from Homa Bay County in Dewa, and thanks to the Sukari Industries Limited, many of the farmers have adopted sugarcane planting. But now when I think of back in 2019, I realized that I used a lot of work during the planting of sugarcane, and now I want to bring something new that can help the farmers back at home to make the farming more easy and more precise. So the conceptual framework, this is basically how the project is going to entail. First of all, this design is going to incorporate a furrow opener, and then after the furrow opener, there will be a fertilizer applicator, and then there is a sugarcane hopper that holds the sugarcane before it is taken to the cutting mechanism to cut into the different sets, and then the conveyor chain that conveys it to the seedlings placement, and then after that we have the furrow closer, and then the tamping roller to ensure that the soil is well covered. So the input, the processes, and the output. What do you give us, and the process it takes, and what is the output? So the environmental factors like the furrow opening, and the furrow opening, the closing, and the tamping, at the end of the day, you realize that there is improved soil compaction. And then also the integration of the sensor technology. It ensures that there is real-time monitoring of the nutrients that are required in the soil. And at the end of the day, we have efficient use of fertilizers. And then on the other side, the technical inputs, the mechanized planting, that is like the whole structure of the implement. And then at the end, it ensures that there is proper planting of the sugarcane. And then the fertilizer and the seeds, the precise fertilizer application, it ensures that there is uniform fertilizer application. So the key components, now we are going to break them down one by one. We have the furrow opener. So basically the furrow opener is a V-shaped blade creating a consistent furrow to allow for the placement of the sugarcane. And then the fertilizer application mechanism, it is like a hopper that you put the fertilizer in the hopper, and then there is a metering device that ensures precise application of the fertilizer. And also something notable to note here is that there are sensors that are put on the ground, and these sensors, they give us the precise amount of manure, the precise amount of nutrient that this soil requires. And then the fertilizer applicator, it is designed in such a way that it allows only the precise amount of nutrients that is required by the soil. So that is our sugarcane hopper. It is designed to hold around 100 to 200 kilograms of sugarcane. And then the cutting mechanism, to ensure that it cuts the sugarcane into the precise amount, typically 30 to 35 centimeters, an amount that can be planted, yes. And then that is our conveyor chain to convey the sugarcane sets from the hopper to the placement mechanism. Now that is the sugarcane placement. That is our closer. After the sugarcane has been placed in the soil, it covers the soil, and then so that is the tamping roller. It just ensures that it compacts the soil to minimize any air pockets. So the smart factor, that is now the sensor integration. The sensor integration, these sensors are the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium sensors. They are placed in the soil. They measure the exact nutrient amount that is required in the soil. And the fertilizer hopper is designed in a manner that it applies only the required amount of fertilizer in the soil. Yeah, so what are some of now the SWOT analysis of our design project? One of the biggest trends is that it ensures increased field capacity. Yes, incorporating our sugarcane planter will save us a lot of work, it will save us a lot of time, it will reduce the labor cost that otherwise could have gone higher. And the main opportunity, this investment is a great opportunity for the government and the NGOs to come in and subsidize it and make it affordable to even the local farmers. But maybe one of the biggest challenges, or maybe a weakness that might be a threat to our sugarcane planter, is the limited usability for small-scale farmers. You realize that right now many people have adopted to the normal ways of planting. So maybe adopting to a new technology might be difficult, but that is something that we will solve later on as we move on. So this is the economic sustainability of the sugarcane planter. We wanted to make sure that we create something that is affordable to the farmers, something that the farmers can afford. And I've broken down some of the implements, some of the technical feasibility, like the farmer opener. Those have the prices in Kenyan shillings. And we've got the fertilizer dosing wheel, the fertilizer distribution pipes, and all the other equipment that we might need to design our sugarcane planter. And you realize that the total cost is 261,900. This is something that I've been working on for some time, and back at the university, there is a workshop, and I'm still in the process of developing a prototype. By the time of the event, it was not ready, but hopefully next time it will be. So the expected results and calculations. So assuming that you have a farmer and you've bought, or we have designed a sugarcane planter. So this is just a small calculation. I'm going to take us through it. It's not something difficult. Maybe assume that a mechanized sugarcane planter integrating a fertilizer application as the following: a working width of 2 meters, an operating speed of 6 kilometers, field efficiency, fertilizer application rate, and the soil resistance, operating depth. So, and you have asked calculate the effective field capacity of the planter. So the effective field capacity, it allows us to know, is this material, is this implement efficient? If you take this implement to the farm, will it work, or are there some challenges that may hinder it from working? And from our calculation here, the effective field capacity, that is speed times width over 10 times the efficiency of 100. If you do the calculations, it brings us to 3.34 hectares per hour. And then we can also calculate the fertilizer consumption, the draft force, and the power required in the fertilizer in the sugarcane planter. So these are some of the preliminary sketches that I was working on. And this is the assembly of our plowing system. And then this is the chassis, the technical part of the planter, how the planter will look like. And then now finally, we have our final product here. So as you can see here, this is a tractor. And now at the back here is our implement. So our implement is attached to the PTO of the tractor. So it gets the power from the tractor. And those seats over there, those are some of the seats where some of our operators can sit as they work on as they do the sugarcane plantation. And then at the back, those are our fertilizer hoppers where we put the fertilizer. So you realize that the sugarcane, as straight as it is placed on the hopper, and then as it goes down, there is a cutting mechanism that cuts the sugarcane, and then through that pipe, after the fertilizer has been, after the sugarcane has been cut, it is placed on the soil. And then at the rear wheel here, there is the furrow closer. After the fertilizer has been applied and the sugarcane has been placed, the furrow closer closes the soil on the sugarcane. Yeah, so how is this project involving the youth in our daily lives? So for example, the training programs, this is something that can be adopted, and the youth can be given an opportunity. They can be trained on how the sugarcane planter can be developed, and that can be something great for the youth. And then also youth-led manufacturing, partnerships between youth groups and established machinery manufacturing to come up with a prototype and a prototype of the planter. And then community engagement. We realize that there is something called appropriate technology. What is appropriate technology? Appropriate technology is ensuring that the designed prototype is technically feasible, socially viable, and also economically feasible. So the youth can do community outreach. They can go to the farmers and they can talk to the farmers and they can ask the farmers. They can explain more to the farmers that this is a new design that you are coming up with. This is a design that will change your life. This is a design that will change the life of sugarcane industry. This is something that when you adopt, you will not have to spend a lot of time or a lot of money paying for the workers to plow the farm, to prepare the furrows, to do all the work for planting. And then there is also economic empowerment. The youth are trained to, maybe if there is a mechanical issue on the design, the youth are trained on how they can repair and do the maintenance services. So, sustainable development goals. Is this project relating to our SDGs? Is it sustainable? Is it something that can help even the near future generation? Yes, it is. Because number one, SDG number 2, zero hunger. It covers zero hunger by ensuring that there is efficient production of sugarcane, which will help us as a food. And then there is decent work and economic growth. It will create employment to the youth. And then industry, innovation, and infrastructure. This is something that can be adopted and can be used in whole of the country, because I have not seen it being used here in Kenya. So we can adopt it here in Kenya, and it will take our sugarcane industry a notch higher. And then responsible consumption and production, climate action. Climate action in the sense that it ensures that there is precise use of fertilizer. Fertilizer is not wasted, because you guys know that when fertilizer is wasted, it might cause some environmental issues. And then partnership for the goals. Partnership for the goals, the PPP, the public-private partnerships, they can come up together, even with the government, and they can help to push this project. So the recommendation to provide training programs for operators to maximize efficiency and maintain equipment effectively, and then also leveraging government subsidies and cooperatives ownership to make the technology affordable for smallholder farmers, and then also incorporate designs that reduce wear and tear during prolonged use. That comes in when on the material of selection that we're going to use on the prototypes. So the second, okay, so maybe just to clarify on the second recommendation, to leverage government subsidies and cooperatives ownership to make the technology affordable for smallholder farmers. We can maybe the farmers, or we can maybe have, like in a certain village, we have one implement or maybe two implements, and then most of the farmers, they can they can have like a organization of like a circle, and they can use these 2 implements, and I'm sure that 2 implements, because of its efficiency, it can serve a whole village. Yeah, and then the mechanized sugarcane planter, that is now the conclusion. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me, even as I conclude, to leave you with this quote that says that if you do not change with the changing changes, then the changing changes will change the unchanged change in us. So we have no otherwise but to adopt to this technology and embrace it, because it is going to bring a lot of change in the sugarcane sector. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Asante Bwana Javan. We'll start with questions from the judges, then the floor, then we close. Over to you, judges.
Oh, thank you so much for your presentation. So my question is, as an innovator, how do you intend to build the prototype? And also, assuming that the prototype is successful, how do you intend to also build the final product? Then the second question, from the research that you have done so far, have you seen this solution being implemented, number one, in parts of the world, and also in parts of Africa?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. So about the prototype development, at the university workshop back at the University of Nairobi, I have one of my friends and one of my lecturers. I came up with this idea and we discussed it with him. In our workshop, there are tools, there are all the requirements that we need to build the prototype. I actually was working on it, but it wasn't ready by the time of the symposium, so I couldn't bring it forth. But it is something that it is doable, it is something that is practical. And then on to the second question, is this something that can work? Yes, it is something that can work. From the research that I have done, some of the countries in Europe, like America, have adopted this technology, and it is serving them well. So why not us? Why not us? Why just them? Why can't we also take the same initiative and do the same?
All right, thank you so much indeed. Questions from the floor? We have one question from Menti. Let's have Menti. Aha, let's just take 2 questions. Okay, most of the youths are involved in labor level in sugarcane production, such as planting of the sugarcane due to unemployment. When you introduced this innovation, did you consider that? Okay. Did you have your hand up?
I had one question. You mentioned something about sensors and fertilizer application. So I wanted to know if it's a whole different idea about the sensors and fertilizer application, or it's also involved with the planting system. Thank you.
Javan, over to you.
Maybe before Javan.
Okay, go ahead.
Which thematic area are you contributing to? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're done with the questions. A final question. We'll just take all the questions and then Javan, you respond to them because of time. Okay, go ahead. One final question. The microphone. Just share the same. Okay, go ahead. Javan, take note.
Okay, thank you so much for presenting that project. But I have 3 questions, in fact 2 questions. I'm aware that mechanization helps in agriculture, particularly when you are dealing with the area you want to cover and the efficiency of production or the use of the machines. Now the question I would like to ask is this. Now when you are applying fertilizer mechanically, how would you ensure that, how would you calibrate to ensure that the correct quantity or recommended amount of fertilizer is applied? 2, I'm also aware that fertilizers are applied when the soil is moist. Machines running on the ground when it is wet sometimes can be damaging. At what time or at what, when do you recommend application of fertilizer on the fields? Is it when it is dry or when it is wet? And if it is wet, would you not damage the crop, I mean the soil, when you are applying, when the tractor is running in the field? Lastly, the youth employment. You have mentioned that with the new technology, young people can be employed as extension services. Yes, I agree. But this can be done even when they are not using the machines. You know, there's a big unemployment crisis at the moment. Would that technology improve to absorb the unemployed people as required? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Javan, over to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you all for your wonderful questions. So question number one, may you please project it, the question that was asked here.
Question number one was actually related to what has been just asked about unemployment. Will your innovation deal with it?
Yeah. So most of the youths are involved in labor level in sugarcane production, such as planting of the sugarcane due to unemployed. When you introduced this innovation, did you consider that? Yeah. So there is this saying that goes that man as a manager of power and not man as a source of power. In our fast-moving world, we are in the fast-moving technology, we should be able to adopt and adapt to change. If we say that our youths are going to be laborers for the rest of their lives, surely, is that going to help them? If you're a laborer from the time when you finish school to the time when you get married, to the time of you get children, you're still a laborer, to the time of your death, you're just a laborer. Is that really going to help you? At the end of the day, we need something that can transform us, something that can make our lives better. Yeah, so I think that answers the question. And then the sensor fertilizer application. Yeah, when I was designing this project, I wanted to make it a one-time thing, a one-time operation machine. It puts in the fertilizer, it puts in the sugarcane, it covers the sugarcane, and all that. Yeah, so the sensor fertilizer application, it is part and parcel of the sugarcane planter. It is the smart factor that comes out in the sugarcane planter. I hope that answers your question. The sensors are put on the soil to determine the nutrient level in the soil. And then there is a real-time monitoring that gives us the amount of nutrient that a specific type of soil requires. So during the fertilizer application, it ensures that only precise amount of fertilizer, only the needed amount of fertilizer that is needed by the soil is given to the soil. Yeah. And then now the thematic area that I was focusing on the youth, is it the youth development? Yeah. I think I mentioned it somewhere. Yeah, the youth involvement in technology. That was the thematic area I was working on. And then now from the question of mechanization efficiency and correct amount of fertilizer. Yeah, so the fertilizer mechanism is going to have a calibration. I'm working on a calibration to ensure that it gives the correct amount of fertilizer to the soil. Yeah, and then now the issue of the fertilizer application, the time of fertilizer application, whether it should be applied when the fertilizer is wet, or when the soil is wet, or when the soil is dry. So when I was coming up with this, my main intention was to make everything easy for the farmer. When you are planting, during the planting season, that is when you apply the fertilizer. So what we do is this: the machine will open the furrow, and then the fertilizer will be applied, and then the sets of the cane will be put, and then it will be covered. I think if it is done that way, I don't think it will damage, I don't think it will hinder the efficiency of the fertilizer, because I think that is how we do it. Even when we're planting of maize, we usually put the fertilizer and then we put the maize and then we cover the soil. So regardless of whether the soil is dry or wet, I don't think it will have any harm on the, or it will hinder the efficiency of the fertilizer. And then on the youth employment, yeah, this technology, just like I've said, this technology is going to create more jobs to the youth. It is not going to take jobs away from the youth. It is going to give them better opportunities, better standards of living. You don't want to be defined as a laborer for the whole of your life. You don't want your kid or your son to be a laborer for the whole of his life. No, you want him to do something prospective, even in the manufacturing industry. Yeah, thank you.
A big round of applause to Javan. Thank you so much indeed. We appreciate your time, innovation. Please rate his presentation. Just check menti.com. Asante sana. Many thanks, Bwana Javan. All right, quick announcement. Robinson of Yara, the car keys for you. If you're missing them, please check at the secretariat, the desks, just as you enter or exit this particular room. In the meantime, we have something. Keep engaging via, we have a gift. We have a gift. The gift, please. Let's see the gift. All right, so we have a competition. It's a simple quiz. Immediately we are done, and we'll be giving out jackets, courtesy of the Kenya Sugar Board. So please keep engaging via menti.com. In the meantime, 20 minutes up next, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Ivan Suter. Innovation presentation 4. Controlled and sustained release fertilizer for climate smart agriculture. Ivan, karibu sana. 20 minutes. Questions for Ivan, menti.com.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my presentation. I'm going to take you through
And a gentle note, I understand the stuff of...
So I believe afternoon hours is always tiresome.
Go ahead.
I know most of you are tired. Maybe meantime, maybe we can stand up for maybe one exercise before we proceed. Just one. Fine. Only one exercise before we proceed. A quick one. Okay, am I audible? By in there. Use the microphone. Okay, one. Let's all hold our head. So you see. All right, we can sit down. Okay, thank you once again. I'm going to take you through my presentation. Okay, that's my title of the project was Controlled and Sustained Release Fertilizer for Climate Smart Agriculture. First of all, we know of recent issues of climate change that being echoed, that we need to stop the issue of making the environment unsafe. So first of all, maybe I'm Suter Evans. I'm a PhD student, chemistry. Okay, waiting for my graduation next year, April. So I'll take you through the introduction, the climate smart agriculture, control and sustain release fertilizer, some materials and methods, findings, conclusion, and some recommendation. So very fast, what do you understand by climate smart agriculture? So climate smart agriculture is a way whereby we're trying to use less chemicals when you're planting or when you're doing our farming, so as to save our ecosystem. Remember, anytime we're using these conventional fertilizers, which are said to cause or result to greenhouse emissions, this results to various effects in the environment. One, to our water bodies, and also to the soil itself. So we need to look at a way whereby we use less chemicals and improve more food products. So there's those people who understand about what we call the urban farming, where we use some plastic bags or waste within your estate or compound. So that's an example of what we call climate smart agriculture. So how can we now optimize it or maximize it to reach various farmers? So now we have the reason. Why do we need this climate smart agriculture? Remember, the population globally is increasing daily, and the land is becoming minimal because of land fragmentation. So are we going to sustain agriculture in future? No. So we need to see a way whereby we improve this climate smart agriculture to increase this. So to increase food production, farmers have been going in a way whereby they increase what? They use more fertilizer to increase the yields. But what happens thereafter? This fertilizer goes to the water bodies and cause pollution. So remember, this is the Lake Basin region. Most of the people here depend on fishing. So what happens when this fertilizer goes to the water bodies? Results the growth of water hyacinth and other plants, what we call eutrophication. So what happens? They will reduce the fish within these regions. So that's why we need to come with these climate smart agricultural practices. Also, we have the issue of climate change. So what's happening now in most areas of Kenya due to the change in weather patterns? So like now in Ahero, so what's happening? There's a lot of flooding, reason of climate change. So these people are farmers. What happens to their crops? They will not get the desired yields. So when they don't get the desired yields, it means that they cannot meet their daily livelihoods. So what we need to do? We need to come up with this climate smart agriculture. Also, we have the issue of resource depletion. So resource depletion, it covers across. We have the forests, we have the lakes, rivers, and also the minerals. Remember, fertilizers are made up of micro and macronutrients. So these micronutrients at times, they are scarce. So we need to see a way whereby we use less of these minerals to generate more agricultural outputs. So since this platform was based on the sugar farmers, so I tried to fine tune my topic to suit this topic today. However, this climate smart agriculture, it cuts across all forms of farming activities. So let's take an example of sugar farmers. So most of the sugar farmers, apart from those people who are living in lowlands, there's those people who are living in the escarpment areas. So when these people do their cropping or planting, at times they lose much of the nutrients due to soil erosion. And also this issue of soil degradation. And also there's one issue of flooding. So all these, the fertilizers are washed away. So it becomes more expensive for a farmer because they cannot reap maximum benefits from their agricultural activities. So there's issue also of what we call top dressing. Remember, after planting, most of the farmers do the planting session, and then after planting, they do top dressing. And depending on the way crops are growing, some farmers also, maybe, they can do more than 2 or 3 top dressing. So we are trying to come up with a way whereby there's no more top dressing. When you just plant at once, you forget about going back to the farm with the fertilizers and just wait for your crops to nourish. So there's another issue, challenge faced by sugar farmers, what called pests and diseases. So remember, as a farmer, when you grow your sugarcane, so at times you might see that it's flourishing in the farms, but after the time of harvest, you realize that it's affected by several diseases or pests. So the output or the yields, is not as expected. So you will end up getting a lot of losses. So there's some reports here whereby I try to get some information whereby there's different various types of pests and diseases. One, what we call smooth whip, and then ratoon stoning, red rot symptoms, nematode infestation, rust pustules, sugarcane mosaic, and many more. So some of this information I try to get from a report from Kenya Sugar Research Institute. I know maybe some of the members are here who wrote a report. So where they realized that there are various diseases. So in the second picture here, whereby we have red boundaries. So here, we have various diseases that are affecting sugarcane farmers here in Kenya. So, and this problem is not only experienced in Kenya. It's experienced in different parts of the world, even developed countries like Australia, Fiji, the United States, and most parts of the world. So this now needs to come up with innovative ways on how to solve this problem. So how are we going to solve this problem? So we try to come up with a way whereby we develop a fertilizer, what we call controlled release or slow release fertilizer, that incorporates all this. It contains some pesticides inside on it, and also the plant nutrients. So this is the novelty of this research. So one, we need to come up with a controlled and sustained nutrient release. So at least this presentation has just come at the right time, whereby we have my presenter, Chavan, who was talking about the issue of fertilizer. So I know you asked him some difficult questions, but those questions should come to me on the issue of the release of this fertilizer. So the issue of now, we'll fine tune to prepare fertilizer whereby it's only released when the plant requires it. And also, the fertilizer itself, it's for single application for convenience and cost saving. So it will be affordable and effective. We integrate pesticidal properties such as insecticides, bacterial, fungicides, and herbicides, and many more pesticidal properties. Also, we have the issue of pH regulators for optimal soil balance. So remember, different soil or different parts of the country has different soils. So we need to know this soil has which type of pH, and what's the right pH for that plants to grow. So with this fertilizer we are creating, it has to regulate that soil to suit to the plant nutrients, the right plants that are growing there. Also, we have water holding capacity. So we know during the rain seasons, rain can come due to change of weather patterns. So the rain can come, and then thereafter, this long dry season. So what happens with your plants when they're already grown? The plants maybe will dry up. So we need a fertilizer that has a potential to hold some water to sustain the plant growth within this time when there's no rain. At the same time, so we have to, but we are going from the plastics to green technology, whereby we need materials that when we use in the environment, it can biodegrade. And when it biodegrades, it results to less environmental or effects. So if you have heard about the issue of maybe climate change, what do you know about climate change? It's the issue of the increase of the what? Greenhouse gases. So we're trying to develop this material, the coating material within this fertilizer, has the potential to limit, to sequence, or to capture these greenhouse gases within the environment, such as nitrogen dioxide and many other greenhouse gases, and then converts this into soil nutrients through the nitrogen fixation. So this is some of the novelty that we're trying to come up with this research. So let me take you just briefly through this control release fertilizer. So at first, that is the formulation of our coating material. Which type of the coating material are we going to use? So we have to develop the coating material first, and then now we incorporate our different types of plant nutrients. So mostly the major ones, we always have nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, but we'll see more of the micronutrients. So after some time, when you prepare this fertilizer, so during the planting time, so it will not be used until it gets some water moisture on its surface. So keeping in mind there's other factors such as pH, temperature, and other microbial factors. So when this water moves around that or gets into that fertilizer, it will start to break, to open the spaces within this surface. So when it opens the surfaces, it starts to release the fertilizer slowly as per the plant demands. So some of these factors, we have the pH, temperature, nutrient demand, and microbial degradation. All these factors will come in when you're trying to finalize the preparing this fertilizer. And lastly, once the fertilizer are lost from the coating material, what happens will remain with this, the coating which will undergo biodegradation and convert it to water and carbon dioxide within the soil. So let's have a look at maybe some slight comparison between this slow release or controlled release fertilizer with the conventional ones. So during the planting season, so let's look at this diagram here. So during the planting season, when you plant, the blue one is that's the conventional fertilizer or the traditional fertilizer we're using. So when you plant there, and maybe it rains, all of the nutrients are lost. What happens? So it will come a time whereby you will need to come and do top dressing. But with the slow release fertilizer, we don't need that one. So the nutrients will just be released when required, so it can sustain the whole growth life of the plant. So look at that first picture there. So the amount of fertilizer, conventional fertilizer that we usually use, is only 40 to 60% that's being consumed by the plants. So meaning, where does the 40% go? The remaining or 60%, it gets lost. So, but with this one, controlled release fertilizer, at least greater than 90% or more than 9% will be utilized by the plant. So, let me take you slightly on what is needed to achieve this controlled fertilizer. So, remember there was a case last year or this year, early this year, about whereby people were complaining about fertilizer having some stones and other things. So, maybe it was not a misconception, maybe it was an idea that was there. But it came to the market before they finalized their research. People didn't know what was supposed to be done. So people just, what we call the ESA. People asked what was supposed to be done, they went there, prepared the fertilizer, bring to the market, without following the due process, what needs to be done to achieve the right fertilizer. So the first thing you need to do what calls the soil testing. So we need to know which crop is being planted in this area. What is the type of the soil in this area before we start preparing this fertilizer. And also the fertilizer selection. So at times, remember this fertilizer we are purchasing, the NPK, DAP, and all others. So it contains certain nutrients, plant nutrients. But at times, maybe your plant, your land or your soil doesn't require some of these nutrients. So it will be useless. So we need to know exactly nutrients that are missing within your soil so that we come and prepare this fertilizer. So, and then the application. So there was an issue of, maybe there was a question that was addressed to Javan about when it's raining and when it's dry, when are you supposed to supply this fertilizer? So with this technology whereby the controlled release, we prepare the coating material that will be coated with this fertilizer, we determine which fertilizer needs to be released. So if your soil is very wet, we prepare a coating that it will overcome the wetness until it's just released when the plant requires it. And during the dry season, there's no nutrients that are released. So the issue of monitoring and evaluation, so all the time you always need to monitor your crops and see what's happening there when the use of this fertilizer. So this, some of the research methodology, what you're trying to do in the lab. So we take the normal fertilizer and then we have our water retention substance, pesticidal materials, pH regulator, CO2 or NO2 sequential compounds. So to prepare the coating material. So after that we'll coat our fertilizer and then now it goes to the field and now during the application. So we did some preliminary studies because this symposium just came when we were trying to carry out some more experiments and it was just come at the right time. However, we don't have enough results to display here. Maybe next time, if one is organized, we'll come with full results. But let me just give you some preliminary results. So this is just like our corn farming or maize farming. So with no fertilizer, that is the amount of tons per hectare. So and with the normal conventional fertilizer, and then with the controlled release fertilizer. So we see that with the use of controlled release fertilizer, there's much upgrade or more yields that is being obtained. So when you look at the mean and the standard deviation, there's less deviations from the right quantities. So these are some of the So we also found that there is 30% increase in the corn yield and the enhanced soil L after two cycles of use. And also there was 70% reduction in pesticide application with the use of this control release fertilizer. So, since now this is a platform whereby we're talking about sugarcane farming. So we tried to do some computational simulations. So we did simulations using computer softwares. So these are not real field applications. We can do simulations from there, we go to the piloting process. So from this one, we used to see an application called Aspin to see. So with the conditions or assumptions, we see the location maybe farming in Kenya or in South Africa, where we have sandy, loam, and moderate fertility, and average rainfall of 1,000 millimeters per year, temperature 25 degrees centigrade, and then with standard irrigation and pesticide control. So we realized that the first trials, we did like 4 trials during this simulation process, and we realized that with no fertilizer, the amount of produce was between 48 to 51 tons per acre. With a conventional fertilizer, there was an increase, and then with the controlled release fertilizer, there was a high yield. So the conclusions. So with the use of this conventional fertilizer, this efficient nutrient utilization. So the plant maximizes all its nutrients. So they reduce the environmental impact, like issue where we saw rivers and lakes being affected by the use of excessive fertilizer. So there was improved crop yield, reduced cost of fertilizer. So from our calculations, so we realized that there was a reduced cost of the fertilizer from the normal one, which was said to be 3,500 after the subsidy was brought in. We realized this control release fertilizer, it will be around 2,000 shillings. So which is much cheaper than the normal fertilizer in the market. Also, there was increased water retention in the soil and reduced pests and diseases on applied farms. Now, since this research is ongoing, we're not limited to encourage more people maybe to join. So we're seeking maybe more collaboration and partnership to spearhead this research. So my acknowledgement, I acknowledge the sugar industry, Export and Control Youth Institution for making it happen and allow us to share our views. Not to forget Fal University of Technology, where I was doing my PhD. So, and then the Masai Mara University, the collaborators with these members there listed. Those are some of the supporting documents. And now, remember, sugarcane is the crane call if we do our work together and make it come true. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening.
Many thanks, Bwana Even. Questions from the judges. Please take note of the questions. Judges, over to you. Questions? Questions from the judges? But there's a question here from the delegate. Even, question for you. Explain the single application of the fertilizer that can last throughout the growth cycle. Has this tech been used anywhere? Judges, over to you. Questions?
Okay, thank you. This is a very good question. Oh, maybe I can collect all the questions first before I start answering them.
Sure, sure. Judges, over to you.
Yes, there was a slide whereby you presented 3 materials that you're going to use in making the fertilizer. I don't know whether, are we able to go back there? And I wanted to ask whether are the materials readily available? Thank you.
One question, please.
Thank you for the good presentation. When you were designing this fertilizer, bearing in mind that different ecological zones have different formation of soils, do you mean to say you will have one type of fertilizer across the zone, or how will you handle the issues that come up with those situations of differences in the ecological zones?
Any further questions from the judges? Javan, go ahead.
Okay, let me start by addressing the first question that was posted here on the right time of applying. No, the question was if there is any fertilizer that can sustain the growth of plants throughout the planting seasons. I can say, so with this control this fertilizer, with the material fabrication, so what we call the coating material, we're trying to coat on the surface. So remember, like an egg, it has some time for the chick to be hatched out. So similarly with this fertilizer, we are going to enclose this fertilizer, the right nutrients that are needed for these plants. So it will just be released within the specified period of time that is set. Okay? So it's well, the coating material, the main important thing is the coating material, whereby we're trying to coat on the surface. That's the time. Let me just go back a little bit on. So on here, we have the normal fertilizer, and then we have the water retention substance, the pesticides, pH regulator, and other things. So I'm limited to share some of the coating materials because they are under patenting process with the KIPI. So maybe once the process is done, I'll come and release it in the next, maybe in the next symposium or conference. But for now, the only material maybe I can disclose here is the bacchus. The material I'm trying to use, I'm maximizing bacchus. So during my master's time, I was doing a research on bacchus. So, and I created several materials out of it. So, and I realized that this bacchus, when you extract the other components from it, which you call the cellulose or cellulose nanocrystals, so it has the potential to attract water. It's hydrophilic. So with this material now, so we have more other materials to add to it to improve its efficiency. So the question on different formation of soils. So firstly, I tried to explain some things here. So on the research methods. So I don't know why it's not visible there. So I started saying we need to do what we call soil testing. We don't just need to prepare fertilizer whereby we have an assumption that this fertilizer will be used somewhere. We need to come and test the soil first to know that within this geographical area, which is the type of the soil here, before we start formulating this fertilizer. So it's formulated based on the region and the soil fertility.
Set. Once you're ready, that's when we'll have the countdown.
Hello everyone, my name is Derek. I'm a software engineer by profession, and I'm passionate about innovation, technology, and how it can be used to improve the sugarcane industry.
Hi everyone, and my name is Veronica Okola. I'm the lead programs, and I'm passionate about youth empowerment, and I'm also innovation enthusiast.
Yeah. So
passed the Sugarcane Industry Act, a major win for passed the Sugarcane Industry Act, a major win for farmers access resources and get the support they need to succeed. Miwa Credit becomes a game changer by partnering with the outgrower institutions. We integrate our solutions to offer farmers like Joseph microloans, financial literacy training through AI-driven credit scoring. Outgrower institutions provide the structure and network, while Miwa Credit will deliver the financial infrastructure that farmers need. Through our innovative credit scoring system, Joseph doesn't need the traditional financial records. Instead, his mobile money history, farming activity, and even social behavior contribute to his credit rating. This enables Joseph and other farmers to access loans tailored to their needs and invest in modern farming techniques and boost their productivity. The problem we are solving is that many young sugarcane farmers struggle to access the affordable and convenient credit, limiting their ability to invest in modern farming techniques and scale operations and improve their productivity. Our solution is why us? We will offer financial literacy trainings and programs. For example, like in our app, we'll have in-app educational contents like programs where the young farmers can log into the app and apart from accessing the credit, they can have educational contents on financial literacy. Also, as we were doing our research, we noticed like most of the farmers, they lack the knowledge on how they can invest and also do like the sugarcane farming as a business, not just as a means of survival. So we also noticed that most farmers drugs or getting involved in health. We'll also have workshops and trainings where we'll partner with the institutions like financial institutions and other outgrow institutions to make sure that the young farmers are empowered so that they can do the cane farming as a business and not just as a means of survival.
Yeah, so our solution takes on a new approach. So our solution takes on an innovative approach whereby we use innovative credit scoring. Our algorithm is mostly based on advanced artificial intelligence to monitor behavioral patterns portrayed by the young sugarcane farmers that are using the application. So what the application does simply, it uses cookies. There's very minimal human input, and the whole process, once the loan is approved, it's disbursed through mobile money platforms like M-Pesa. That is for the farmers who are in rural areas and are not able to access banks easily. So here's a brief overview of how the entire thing works. So at the first stage, you have the sugarcane farmer downloading the app and then installing it. And then once they do that, they create an account. Once they have the account, they log in, and then they start going through the onboarding process. So the onboarding process involves KYC. So KYC basically is know your customer. Yeah. So that involves providing identity documents like your ID or passport, and also providing a live picture, and then also documents like the title deed, the bank statements and the M-Pesa statements, and the credit history reports. So disbursed to you, and then afterwards, disbursed to you. And then afterwards, there's a tracking and repayment option where the young sugarcane farmer is able to track the repayments, and then the outgrowers also are able to do that the same from their end. So here's a schematic overview. I try to make it as simple as possible for our audience, but don't worry, I'll take you through it. So at the center of everything is Miwa Credit. So once the sugarcane farmer uploads all the documents required, that is onboarding, and they apply for the loan, the first thing that happens is that some of these outgrow institutions, they experience problems with mismanagement, whereby loans are given to people you don't even know, or you can't even identify them. So the first thing that happens is that For example, the title deed is then verified by the land registry. So here's a map of all the stakeholders that are involved in this process and how this process integrates with the ecosystem. So it verifies with the land registry, and then it's able to give feedback to our system. His documents are okay. On the second stage, our credit history report, as you can see, just the green rectangle over there, you're able to see that it plugs into the credit history report. That's a CRB. And then you're able to see how this person handles his loans. Has he ever had any bad debts? And that, I think, counts in picking a suitable candidate for, suitable customer for your loans. And then also it plugs into the IPRS system. That's the Integrated Population Registry System. So this helps, this is a system put in place by the government to help identify documents. So someone may upload a fake ID or issue a fake document. So once you put it through that system, you are able to check the serial number and know if it's a forgery or it's valid document. So after all that happens, we are also looking to possibly partner with GrowGain because they provide production and market insights, which could also help improve this system. So yeah, so that's another aspect. We are purely based on behavioral patterns, and they do production and market insights. So that's something we can look at. And then after all that data is collected, then on the second last part over there, the credit score is awarded and then given to the outgrow institutions to disburse the loans. And then finally, we are looking to obtain a license because this is a lot of data. So we have to be licensed by the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner to be able to know how best to ethically handle this data and comply. So overall, all the data that flows through this system is end-to-end encrypted. So end-to-end means that only the person or the system that is giving the information from one end and the one receiving it are able to decrypt this data. So anyone in the middle, even us, we are not able to mess up with it. Yeah, so I'll take you through a demo video of the prototype. Sorry, we are experiencing some technical problems with the laptop. I request you to be patient. Just a minute. Apologies. Yeah, so a little bit of problems with the prototype demo video, but I'll explain regardless. So on the screen, on the first screen, you are able to have the landing page where the sugarcane farmer is able to select apply for a loan, or check out the training resources. So after all that happens, there's also a mechanism where they can track the whole process and also manage the account details. So I think we can just proceed. So our ask, we are asking for $3,000 to be able to develop the solution, to do marketing and research, and also to onboard the trial or the first or the pilot program sugarcane farmers. And I think that just about concludes our presentation. I would like to welcome any questions.
So we can have questions from the judges because of time.
All right. Oh, hi, guys. How are you? Good afternoon. All right. Thank you so much for your presentation. So my questions, I have 3 questions. You said that you're software engineers by profession.
Yes.
So how, first of all, what programming languages or programming methodologies have you used to make sure that this works? And if possible, are you in a position to show me an excerpt of code that I can be able to see that this is actually your work? That is the first question. The second question is, you talked about using cookies, and you, according to your argument, is the cookies will be transferable, where site A will be able, you can be able to read information from your Facebook, from your Google search. Are you aware that modern browsers prevent that from happening? And in situations where it's allowed, you as a user, you have to explicitly allow the third-party application to use your data. So what happens if they disapprove? How will your system work? Then finally, what machine learning algorithm are you using? Because look, you're using the word AI, but AI is wide. There are so many things about AI that are present. So what is the machine learning algorithm that you'll be using to accomplish your task? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to respond. So firstly, I'm able to verify that the prototype we have is our own work. We used React Native for the front end. We used React Native for the front end, and Node.js for the back end, basically just processing simple data. These are both frameworks implemented by JavaScript. Yeah. So I'm able to provide you with an APK, a link to an APK, where you can download the app and install and check it out immediately after this. To respond to your second question, so about cookies, I'll use the example of Google, yeah? So Google, as we know it, is this tech leader worldwide. So Google, how is Google able to trace your online activity. So primarily they do it through cookies. So what happens is, once you go visit a website, you see that notification that says, accept all cookies, and that kind of thing. So most of us just accept it without knowing what happens, yeah? So once you do that, there's a script that runs on the back end that installs on your browser that is able to give us feedback on what you do online, yeah? So, and then on the final question, sorry, can you repeat this final question? Oh, yeah, so on machine learning, I'll give a brief history for those who are not conversant with AI. So AI was not a thing until late 2021 when ChatGPT was launched. So when they launched ChatGPT, it's this predictive model, generative model that is able to see, it's able to take what you give it. For example, write me a report on this, this, and this, and then it's able to put things together and give you an appropriate response. So what happens is, we are looking to leverage on the same technology used by ChatGPT and the cloud API, not cloud, yeah. So we are using to leverage the same technology to implement our solution.
All right. The questions from the Menti platform. Hopefully they're not repeated. Somebody is asking here, the app is more of behavioral assessor and requires high moral standards to get a good credit score, right?
Yes.
What if someone deliberately fakes their real self on the social platforms?
I would like to know, first of all, I want to mention that a system is only as good as the person using it or implementing it, yeah? There are always security issues with systems. I'm open to looking at how that person exactly would be able to decrypt end-to-end data. It's nearly impossible. It's used by WhatsApp. That's why it's so secure.
All right. Final question here, probably a concern. Somebody says, the name of the presenter is Veronica Alo, and I'm seeing two individuals presenting the innovation. Who is the real owner of the project?
Yeah, so perhaps you didn't clarify. So me and Veronica, I'll let her answer that.
Okay, we are running a fintech company called FinSmart Hub, and so Derek is my co-founder, and this is one of the products that we are presenting today.
All right, a big round of applause for them. Thank you so much indeed. Asante Sana, we've come to the end of the presentations, but the video is ready. Aha, let's have it.
So, apologies, that's all over the place, but we'll have to work with it. Here's the demo of the prototype. It's just a screen record. So what happens is you put in your details like a normal app, you download it, sign up. Then once you sign up, you put in your details. That's your username and the password. And then once that happens, that is just the screen for creating the account. There's the username, password, your full name, your contact number, your age, your farm address, and then also, yeah. So what I'd like to bring to your attention is that a lot of us don't realize that we live in a world where our privacy is almost close to impossible. So whatever you do online, even with your phone number or your image, we are able to create a unique ID for you and then track you across the internet and establish the kind of person you are, how you manage money, yeah. So that's the loan application process. So there you are going to put the reason why you are purchasing the loan, why you want the loan, I mean. So there's fertilizer, farm inputs, equipment, and then once you click on one, there's that simple form that you fill with your data, like your ID, and it provides for the options of attaching documents. So these are the documents that are going to be are verified by the third parties, like the land registry, the IPRS, so that we make sure that everyone who uses the system is actually a legitimate person. Yeah. So once all that happens, so it's giving you a score. So it's first of all verifying your documents. It's sending it to all the cloud, all the stakeholders, and verifying that it's correct. And then it's calculating for your credit score based on the data it pulls from the internet and from your mobile phone about you. And then it's evaluating your risk. So if you bought something expensive after raising funds, then that's, I mean, I guess you're not. And then finalizing on assessment. And then finally, you are able to see your loan score. That guy has 20K now. Thank you.
Allow me to talk about market opportunity. Kenya has over 400,000 young sugarcane farmers. In Diwa alone, we have 27,000 farmers. And these are 27,000 are within our immediate reach. We look forward to scaling to nationwide, and we aim to reach 120,000 farmers, unlocking significant growth in agricultural sector. Our milestone, in year one, we look to pilot our program and onboard 500 sugarcane farmers, young sugarcane farmers to our platform. And we'll also look forward to establishing partnership with key stakeholders like mobile operators and the cooperatives. In our second year and third year, we look forward to expanding from 500 sugarcane farmers to onboarding 2,500 users on our platform. On our fourth and fifth year, we look forward to scale our operation nationwide and also tap into the East African community market. And what we are asking for today is 3,000 USD, which 40% will go to our product development, 30% will go to our market and sales, and 20% of the 3,000 USD will go to infrastructure and operations, and 10% of our ask will go to expansion and growth initiatives. We are also seeking for technical mentorship and market and sales expertise to boost our user acquisitions. We are also looking for strategic partnership with the outgrowers institutions to enhance our service offering. Thank you. This is the team at FinSmart Hub. Yes.
Thank you. A big round of applause for them, please. Thank you for the presentation. We appreciate Asante Sana, and the delegates are rating the presentation. Let's have that on the screen. And we're closing, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes past the hour. There's a question. Go ahead. The judges.
There's something that's not clear. There's something that's not clear. I think you presented a loaning system, right?
Yes.
What about the business logic to support the affordable credit? Because that's the solution you're trying to offer, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe that wasn't very clear. And your source of funds, and because you're talking about a very big project.
Okay, we are preparing a solution to the outgrowers communities, because if the outgrowers collapsed because there was embezzlement of funds and also lack of accountability. So our solution is to help them track their credit scores so that before you give somebody money, you can tell their behaviors, they will prepay back the money or not.
Okay.
So you're not using your money?
No, we are not using our money. We are offering solutions to the outgrowers.
All right. Thank you. Because of time, we'll just take the final question. Madam Nancy? Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to support her on answering what solution she's providing. As a financier, that solution can also be used by even a credit lender like myself. And I say that because we have a similar one. We are at the tail end of developing what we are calling an ecosystem, where going forward, we will no longer be appraising every loan application. We appraise you once in 3 years. We put you in the system. You are able to access your loan requirement at any time without having to pass through the long, rigorous process. Because then we'll have appraised you, assessed you, and given you a credit line. So yes, they might not be offering the affordable credit, but they are offering a solution for credit lenders to make their work easier in making sure that the farmers get accessible credit here. So it's very key. Thank you.
Final one, please.
Okay, the presenter is often using in the term outgrow institutions mismanaged or failed. And the causes behind that has not been addressed. The truth, it is not the making of outgrow institutions to behave in the way they behaved. It is a problem that cut across the sugar industry, including the government-owned what? Millers. So as we go into this direction, we want to start on a fresh page. Try to push the past away, then we forge ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Any final comments from Veronica? No? Okay, thank you so much. A big round of applause for them, please. Asante sana, we want to close. Please rate their presentation. 6 minutes past the hour. And we have 2 gifts very quickly for the delegates before we close. Just get your phones, get your phones, get your phones, get your phones. Just get in. It's a simple quiz, everything happening on your phones. So if you want to join in, menti.com. The code is 39 27 49 58. 39 27 49 58. So 15 players, 2 gifts. You don't want to miss that. Simple questions, very simple questions. What happened today? So get ready, get ready, get ready. 15, 22 people. We're closing, we're closing, we're closing, we're closing, we're closing. Let's get to 25. Sound, Okay, we are ready to roll. Okay, 3. Join in, menti.com, menti.com. Are we ready? We're back on air? Okay, back on air, all right. 2 more people, we start. 2 more people, menti.com, code 39 27 49 58. Okay, we're ready to flow. 3, 2, boom. Open the questions. Simple questions. Answer fast to get more points. Answer fast. What date is it today? Simple question. Come on. To get yourself a gift, come on. Simple question. Simple question. I mean, this one you shouldn't fail. If somebody fails this, we have a problem. We have a serious problem. Okay. Let's wait. Wait. Kuna shida. There are people who are saying today is the 3rd of December 2034. You're already in the future. My friend, only 9 people, come on. First round winner, let's see. First round winner, who is the first round winner? First round winner. Johnny, Sharon, Watson, Betty, who is taking it? Okay, this is first round, so hold on to your phones. Johnny, where is Johnny? Johnny, ukwapi? Johnny, ukwapi? Johnny, ukwapi? Eh? First round, that's first round winner. Sharon ukwapi? Fantastic, okay, get your phones, get your phone. Focus, number 2, okay. Second question, ladies and gentlemen. We're closing. Don't miss out on this. 51 players, 52, 53. We're closing. 3, 2, 1. Open it. Open the question. Answer fast to get more points. Who is the chairman of the Kenya Sugar Board? Simple question. Look at that. And if you fail this, there's a problem. A big problem. We need to name that person. If you miss that, this is all the simple questions. Simplest questions. Okay, let's look at it. Engineer George, wewe bana. Sasa wewe. Ati Professor Francis, wewe. Okay, let's look at who's the winner. Who's the second round winner? Second round winner, ladies and gentlemen. Second round winner, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Johnny. Where's Johnny? Ukwapi? Eh? Now Betty Wehomba. Betty, fantastic. This is the last round. Open it. This is the last round, ladies and gentlemen. Where are the gifts? And I'd kindly request Bwana Chairman, the Kenya Sugar Board will have the honor, please, to give the gifts. Aya, tuko tayari. Tuko tayari. First day winners. 3, 2, 1. Unleash the question. Unleash the question. Answer fast to get more points. Answer fast to get more points, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. Who said you cannot throw good money at bad money? Oh, let's find out. Let's find out whether we were listening. Whether we were listening. Whether we were listening. Whether you cannot throw good money at bad money. Who said that? Oh, well done at least. So now, and the winner is, open. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner, first day quiz is Betty Wahomba. Please come forward. Where are you? Kunjonjo tafadhali. Wow. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Please have the gift. Okay. Betty Wahomba, thank you so much. Well done, well done. The first one. All right. Piche kwa njoo hapa njoo. Aha, well done. Please come. Aha, here. Okay. Oh yeah. That's the top. Well done. Keep engaging. And we had the first runner up. Let's see. First runner up. First runner up is Wafula. Where is Wafula? Wafula, njoo Wafula. Wow, precious. Come, another gift there, right. Well done, well done. Makofi nyingine tafadhali. Njoo, makofi, asante sana. Wow, a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Bwana Chairman. Engineer Nicholas Gumbo, asante sana. Kenya Sugar Board. Makofi to the chairman as well. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Kabisa. Asante sana. Many thanks. Blessings. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana. (4:13). Let's go to the exhibition spot for tea. Remember, walk around, find out what is there, learn. And tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. on the dot, we kick off in the morning. Asanteni sana. All the best. See you tomorrow. God bless. Thank you so much.
The Sugar Industry Innovation Symposium and Expo is an annual event that gathers young leaders, industry experts, policy. The Sugar Industry Innovation Symposium and Expo is an annual event that gathers young leaders, industry experts, policymakers, and stakeholders to explore the vast opportunities within the Kenya sugar value chain. This year, we are hosting what we call Youth Edition, with the core theme of youth opportunities in the sugar value chain. We are inviting the youth to submit papers for innovation competition. We are also welcoming exhibitors and partners to join us. This year's event, the third of its kind, will be held on December 3rd to December 5th at the Grand Royal Swiss Hotel in Kisumu. We truly value the contribution of young innovators. We have cash rewards for the top 3 innovations, opportunities for business incubation, and the chance to connect with professionals who can help bring these innovations to the market. The first prize is 350,000, the second prize is 200,000, and the third prize is 100,000 Kenya shillings. We have a dedicated website, sugarinnovation.org. The Sugar Industry Innovation Symposium and Expo is an annual event that gathers young leaders, industry experts, policymakers, and stakeholders to explore the vast opportunities within the Kenya sugar value chain. This year, we are hosting what we call Youth Edition, with the core theme of youth opportunities in the sugar value chain. We are inviting the youth to submit papers for innovation competition. We are also welcoming exhibitors and partners to join us. This year's event, the third of its kind, will be held on December 3rd to December 5th at the Grand Royal Swiss Hotel in Kisumu. We truly value the contribution of young innovators. We have cash rewards for the top 3 innovators.